Oh, shut up. Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room? Just be so lovely if my family just could pretend that they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own. I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do
you want to try it?
No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Oh, you're not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out in eyes, the super people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person
was a fucking wanker.
in this world.
NHS and that bullshit, innit? Fucking NHS degree bastards. Fuck off, NHS. Fuck off, please.
Fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
Be off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little locked up garage somewhere.
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. And my father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into
Police are fucking shit.
Corruption, which is
They are fucking crap.
Licensed criminals, and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah. When the nurses do their operations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator.
Dictator, yeah, that's me. I'll dictate out to the world and I'll say, look.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC
Fucking
that a
NHS is
disabled
shit.
television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I didn't do that one.
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
We want what you got. We want what you got.
At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table, and they were fixed to the floor.
We want what you got. Yeah, well, you can fuck off, you little bastards.
Do you realise?
I'm going to find out where you are, you motherfuckers, and kill you.
Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together,
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely better is when I get to leave.
Come and stay with me then.
we're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf.
You are horrible to me. Every day.
You're exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man coming from the enemy. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. And I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. So this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers. Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookie-itis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
Yes.
There's the bill. £60 to pay Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Durex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching a clip of the Jonathan Miller film, and the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat.
You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there, his black and white cat.
Just behind the tree.
Yeah.
There's one there.
There is.
These are the black bears of Enderville. Here you go, Manchester. There is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. I'll give you an elbow.
Oh, thanks, but I can taste the beat. I don't know what feet tastes like, but
It tastes like how an old house smells.
and that, let me tell you something, that is what you want from a drink.
Open that gate and open it this way.
Don't put your hand there!
I've been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has.
Oh,
He
fuck
has
off.
blue
Not John again.
benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the
His
show
favourite
and
spot,
watch the
yeah,
sunset.
blue fucking bench. Fuck me, that's been on for fucking years. I've seen this 1,000 times.
Get ready to know it. To your world, completely. To the farming world.
It's driving me crazy.
Completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than done.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted. Take her on a wee walk. She gets on with the Welsh cows, which thinks she's a cow, and she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Mission, as ever though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
So I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best ever lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find. Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
Listen to the silence.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about
Feel
them
it.
so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to
Listen to
study
the
them
trouble.
intimately, but then they get into the water and they're gone.
Feel it.
He is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Listen to the music.
Leaving in the morning on the volunteer.
Conceal it.
Give you my note of hand. Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich.
Feel the love.
It will keep me occupied at least. While the
Why don't you feel the joy?
cogs of justice.
Baby, you're the
To
girl,
advance from
and I'm the boy.
And
Oh, yeah.
But what will the point? The problem
That's my
now
word,
is
yeah,
not
that's my
it's
word.
not
Fucking
me,
right.
it's history. I accept the fall. But the fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel. No. I thought we wanted to be without it too.
I don't know how to get it with you. You can keep anything secret if you want to know.
Maybe we can. You got, So I told me yesterday I was incapable of guilt. Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not witch funny, that is a man in the head.
Oh, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his head? There wasn't a demon in his head. You interrogated to rule it out. Oh look. She's broken. This is before we even discuss Brown Peter. Your imp.
You gone, Brown creature.
Don't touch it.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of them all watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone.
Everyone?
The actors hated it, the execs hated it. Even Kate was hated it.
Yeah, he was a Bobby.
I play Bobby, yeah.
He's not called Bobby, he is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamond?
What is your voice?
You mean the fake diamond?
I like taking that temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
Uh-oh.
And I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Miranding. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and they're getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open, but
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, they're actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I'm being fed by all of it. There's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Miles, look what did you really have to wear that today?
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. There's a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day he would have the middle hand of the food and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
That's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky now. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Wow.
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision? A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here? That's mind-blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is.
Yeah. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen. Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carlisle. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carlisle.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to? Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, and me, and
in the last 25 years. We've gone from
There's
the
you
universe
and there's me.
being devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places.
Let's see what we can see when we look through history. The good times, the bad times. All the dodgy doctors and section units. All the medication was getting on my tits.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try Feng Shui. You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I do it with that cake too. It used to be over there. It was very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group.
Can I ask your David question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, you know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd been taking the money and still working Saturday.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, Dave. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that.
We've got now these Rubik's Cubes, which are also super.
All you need is love, love.
I've never seen
Love is all you need.
What does it say?
All you need is love. All you need is love.
Sounds duty is on the top.
All you need is love, love. Love is all you need.
For musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed. And Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. And that's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Lydney Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can roll along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing a shape.
3, 2, 1, boom! You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater.
Have you always fished, Charlie? Or you like? It's just like consumed my.
I'm just a piano man. That's who I am. That's who I am. Do you love me? Do you love me? I do begin to wonder. Should I carry on? Should I kill myself and sing a sad song? Yeah, sing a sad song. Everything's going wrong.
Important for that mental well-being.
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of
Oh,
Heaven to know.
I just farted.
Drops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's something fresh that's going on?
It's just nice what Matthews just said there. That when he came in and he looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them.
Some get on the telly, some get on the radio. Some get on my fucking nerves. They drive me crazy. They're like, fuck it. And I'll turn that shit off straight away. I'll be like, what the fuck, man?
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids? We should hurry.
I'll tell you what, actually, I've got loads of shit over there. I'm going to send it to my daughter, fucking right. I should be the goody boy, bad guy, but there's too many weirdos outside, you know, in the fucking streets. There they are, the fucking. Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to give them. I don't want nothing for my kids and nothing. They can fucking suffer like fuck. Yeah, because I'm a cunt and you're a cunt.
Low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all. Do you want to try it?
No.
I looked at, I heard this bloke, right, and he was a fucking cunt. A big fat cunt with kids. You know what I mean? What the fuck? What a wanker. I mean, fuck you know.
He was quite violent.
I go, yeah, mate, yeah, all these bits and pieces. Like, nah, fucking nah. And he walked away like a cunt. Out by the fucking Swan Centre, there was a big fat cunt with his kids.
The superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, I want from high. Oh, well, that doctor was.
He's just a piece of shit, that's what he is. A big fat motherfucker. Yeah, he was. Definitely a big motherfucker. He was fucking, oh my God. I'm taking slimming tablets. I'm going to lose all this fucking weight. I don't want to lose that.
There were suspicions about was also the doctor.
Yeah, he's on about, this is a bit I like where he says the doctor's out to get the money out of the fucking the patient, you know what I mean? Because he's a greedy bastard. The doctors are fucking shit. They like the power and all that, you know what I mean? Look at Dr. Courtney, for instance, right? The cunt was fucking getting loads of people on my doorstep to fucking drag me back in there again. So the death by injection and so in Belgrade. He can fuck off the cunt. I mean, Dr. Courtney, you're going to jail for 20 years, you motherfucker.
Are you so corrupt? I just don't believe it.
All you want is a look up Gary's number.
Yeah.
I told my parents, and I said that I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
Well, I'm dealing with the police, right? And I reckon he's never going to come back, I'm sure. I've been posting that cunt everywhere. His face, his anger and hate. You can see it in his face a mile off. And fucking hell, there it is, all around the world.
We all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
I hope the cunt fucks off and never comes back. I mean, I don't want to see the cunt again. I don't want to see him. If I go to a courtroom, I'm going to be fucking talking about my compensation. Yeah, 18 years of bullshit. I said, now fucking pay me, you motherfucker. You're the judge, now fucking make the NHS pay me. And I might respect the police and I might respect the NHS. But I don't think so. You know.
You'd write these thoughts down on a piece of paper. Be honest. Be a dictator.
All my paperwork's down somewhere.
Be a nice one.
Yeah, the dictator is someone that's going to direct you down the right path. If they direct you down the wrong path, then you could be doing crime and all that. You know, and probably getting away with murder and all that. You know, fucking.
Everything I can ever think of was all.
But with me, it's a different ball game. You know, I mean, I'm not going to say ball game because we'll start playing ball and get excited about that shit. Fucking football can fuck off. I mean, seriously. I mean, what the fuck? Every cunt gets excited and crazy. They go bananas. Oh, listen to these cunts. Fuck off, you cunts. Fuck off. NHS will shit as fuck.
To the canteen table and they were fixed to the floor. That's or being
I'll
disabled.
tell you what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to come down to the fucking doctor's. I'll go around the hospital anywhere, right? And I'll go see a doctor. I'll say, oh, look, it's fucking 8 o'clock. I'm not going to clap my hands. I'm going to punch your face in, you bastard. Bang! And knock him out. Yeah, fucking right. Any doctor would do.
Real choices.
If it wasn't for little Archie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, me and him.
I went to Winchester Hospital when I lifted an ambulance to get there. Right?
We're all in this together,
But
guys.
there was
We
a
get
list
through it.
of ambulances outside, right? And the woman, she discharged me and didn't give me a lift. Didn't give me a lift home from Winchester.
Every day.
And it was late at night and it was fucking cold as fuck. And that fucking blonde-haired bitch working at Winchester Hospital reported me to the police for smoking cannabis. I had a fucking joint, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Fucking right, I did. Yeah. I had half ounce of weed on me.
British soldiers get away with murder.
And the police fucking said I was to report that fucking bitch, you know. And he said, sorry, I've got to take the weed. That's right, mate. Let me go home and all that. And fucking, I had another outhouse on the windowsill. So I was all right for smoking all that.
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
I want you fuck off, you prick.
It's nothing to us.
You're a wanker anyway. You're a cunt, mate. You think it's great because you're on the telly and then I'm sat here on social media. Yeah. You sick cunt, fuck off.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You've damaged someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence.
Yeah, look at you, you sick cunt.
Carry it out.
You look shit with those glasses on. You look, I reckon you're a faggot, mate, to be honest.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers, waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookie-itis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
I am the
There's a
believer.
bill. £60
I believe in myself.
Slade, Red Euro.
If you don't like it, it's too
When they
fucking
came
bad.
to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching Get the Jonathan Miller.
Everyone in the hospital, they were all stood there going, who do you believe in? I said, my fucking self, you motherfuckers.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there. His black and white cat, just behind the tree.
Yeah.
There's one there.
There is.
These are the black bears of Enderville. Here you go, Manchester. There is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. We'll give you an elbow.
Oh, thanks. But I can taste the peat. I don't know what peat tastes like, but I can.
It tastes like how an old house smells.
And that, let me tell you something. That is what you want from a drink.
Open that gate and open it this way.
Don't put your hand there.
I've been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his
Oh,
blue
fuck off, John.
benches,
For
one of
fuck's
his
sake.
favourite spots. where
I
he
said that
comes
10 minutes
sit
ago, for
at
fuck's
the
sake.
end of
It's the
the
same
day
shit.
And watch the sunset.
There he is, fucking John with his fucking smiling in the face. There he is, an old man.
Farm is like a person, and you get really to know it.
Oh, fuck off, John, will you?
To your world,
Go and fucking
to the farming
get
world.
yourself a ticket and
And I
fuck
felt
off.
completely out my depth.
Yeah, tickets to ride. Yeah, go on. Go and ride the other bitch. I mean, fucking.
Take her on a wee walk. She gets on really well with the cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find. Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they're gone.
That she is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leave in the morning on a volunteer. Give you my note of hand. Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least. Or the cogs of justice. Why did you become a surgeon? Because I wish to advance from my humble origins. The whaling.
And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. Look, the fall was deserved. And perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who
Oh,
does
check
what
the
you
fucking trainers off.
do. Keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
We can. We can. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not witch fire, that is a man in the tent.
Well, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge? There wasn't a demon in his hedge. You interrogated to rule it out.
Oh, look. She's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
My chicken.
Your imp.
You're gone, Crown Creature.
Oh.
What about you?
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic,
Oh,
which is
okay.
particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance.
I'm going to sunbathe. Yeah.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion? That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to. For the benefit of them all watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script
Hello.
was pretty much everything.
Hello. I don't know what to say. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna get outside your brain. And I'm gonna go insane.
I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Miranding. Such fun.
She was right
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case in 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Oh my God.
Single-handed.
Oh my God.
Prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, they're actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Miles underwater. Look what going into each other. But do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. We had a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wild as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wild, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
That's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky Duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Wow.
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision?
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here? That's mind blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven.
And when I saw your name,
Carer. That gets said so
you
much.
were playing a mental head
And I
game.
hate it.
Really understand what's going on.
And I think the more people and
Oh.
the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
some of my best childhood memories were here at Founding. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carlisle.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees 20 years ago or so. The ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible. Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
Fucking hot as fuck. Oh my god. My legs are burning up. I'm fucking hot. Fucking hell. What the fuck? Oh my god.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box.
And I've got balls of
In the
steel.
box at the same time, I can do both.
Yeah, they're fucking real.
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did it with that cake too. It used to be over there, it was very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. I've always felt if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group.
Oh,
Your
man.
David approach. Go for it. Go for it.
I've heard
Are you
that
wearing
shit.
anything, or are you just broad
No,
stripes?
man, I said I'm terrible, but
I said to
that
Mark
is 40.
that I don't think she'll be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturdays.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, darling, what are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that.
We've got now these Rubik's Cubes, which are also Sudoku.
Oh my God.
So, look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That was It is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
Johnny
Kinds of music where an
Fucking
Eric on where like
Ah.
that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
It was setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed. The 80s giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became this sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Lindley Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one.
Can you tell me?
Tell me who this person is.
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shape.
3, 2, 1, boom! You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Wow.
I always like watching little old man waist deep in seawater.
Have you always fished, Charlie? Or you like?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if
No, don't do it.
Don't mind. Don't. I haven't got a clue what to do.
I haven't got a clue what to do. You said it about 1,000 times, you motherfucker. You're driving me crazy.
Are so important for that mental well-being.
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
It's just nice what Matthews just said there. When he came and he looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am crafting is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works. That's why your cheese sings to you.
I'm not doing the lot. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a baby doll in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them.
Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family, just could tell if they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all. Do you want to try it?
No. She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Oh, you're not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything? Anybody will help you out tonight, They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, I want from high. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
It's just sometimes
She's
quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
We have to back of that door, isn't it?
And you're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little look-up garage number, isn't it?
Yeah.
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. And my father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
Oh, that's it. I'm fucking fucked. Oh my God. Oh.
When the nurses do the observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. We all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused
My mate, he's fucking killing himself.
by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all.
Oh. Bullshit. What the fuck is all this shit?
He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea that you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I could ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I don't do that way.
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
We want what you got! We want what you got! At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table, and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here. Can we?
Yes. No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together,
You know, the only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
Exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. And I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers. Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookie-itis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
Sis. There's the bill. £60 to pay Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Durex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching clip of the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there, his black and white cat, just behind the tree.
Yeah.
There's one there.
There is.
These are the black bears of Enderville.
Here you go, Manchester. There is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky, we'll give you an elbow.
Thanks. Oh, I can taste the peat. I don't know what peat tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that, let me say something, that is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open it this way.
Don't put your hand there!
I've been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, you know, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world completely, to the farming world.
and I felt completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted.
Take her on a wee walk. She gets on with the dogs for cows, which thinks she's a cow, and she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
But she is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leave you in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice turn.
Why did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins.
I'm a whaling one.
And a damn fine one. But what would be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. But the fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can make up, you know. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches. You know that's not witch fire, that is a man in the tent.
Oh, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his head?
There wasn't a demon in his head.
You interrogated
To rule it out.
Oh look, she's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
A chicken.
Your imp.
You've gone, foul creature.
What are you at?
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion? That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of them who are watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone. The actors hated it, the sex hated it. Even the caterers hated it.
Yeah, you're the Bobby. I play Bobby, yeah. He's not called Bobby, he is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches. Oh, you mean the fake diamonds?
Yes, lower your voice.
You mean the fake diamonds? I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
And I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Miranding. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, that's actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands until I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Miles, look what Kevin shut up. But do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister by the wall with her beloved quacky duck. And
And that's my sister with quacking hair. You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision? A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here?
That's mind blowing.
I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is.
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carle. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carle.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to? Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
Oh, what the fuck happened? Okay.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui.
What?
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did it with that cake too. It used to be over there. It was very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. No, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group.
Can I ask your favourite question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum,
Look, I don't think you should be working Saturdays. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturdays.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that.
What now, these Rubik's Cubes, which are also Sudoku?
Oh my God. So
Look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
what is this? Is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty.
Do what
on
you
the top of their
can.
head.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where I am the that man. sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological
I'm an
shift was even
everybody.
greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed
And Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Lindley Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I don't think my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shape.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you watched it, Charlie? It's just like
Watching you.
Oh, dear.
I'm gonna keep on smiling.
Yeah, I'll do it.
And learn to look at you.
That's all right, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if you... No, don't. Don't do it.
Don't whine.
Don't. Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do.
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on at the moment?
It's just nice what Matthews has said there. That when he came in and he looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works. That's what she's saying to me.
I'm not doing the lot. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a baby bell in the mini fridge.
I'm not going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids? We should hurry. I'll shout out some. Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room? Just be so lovely if my family, just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles you down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you let him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child. Come.
Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out in eyes, the super people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, I want from high. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot emotionally to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
You'll be off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little lock-up garrison, isn't it?
Yeah.
I told my parents, and I said that I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How can I be guilty of something I didn't do?
When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
Let's say as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea that you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I've ended that one.
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
We want what you got. We want what you got.
At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair was compatible to the canteen table and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, being
The
here,
only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
Exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. And I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport.
Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers. Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookie-itis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Durex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there, his black and white cat, just behind the tree.
Yeah.
There's one there.
There is.
These are the blackbirds at Renderville. Here in Manchester, there is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply. Welcome to Sky, we'll give you an elbow.
Thanks, but I can taste the peat. I don't know what peat tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells.
And that, let me say something. That is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open the this way.
Don't put your hand there!
I've been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, you know, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world, completely, to the farming world. And I felt completely out my depth.
I think you're excited more than done.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Take her on a wee walk. She gets on with the Welsh cows, which thinks she's a cow, and she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found our new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand. Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice. Why did you become a surgeon? Because I wish to advance from my humble origins. I'm a whaling. And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history. I accept the fall. Look, the fall was deserved. And perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can. Yeah. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not witch fire, that is a man in the tent.
Well, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge? There wasn't a demon in his hedge. You turned it to rule it out. She's broken. This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
A chicken.
Your imp.
You uncow creature!
Why not?
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion? That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of them all watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone.
Everyone?
The actors hated it, the sex hated it. Even the caterers hated it.
Yeah, he's the Bobby. I play Bobby, yeah. He's not called Bobby, he is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamonds?
Yes, lower your voice.
You mean the fake diamonds?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
Uh-oh.
And I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Miranding. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years. Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, they're actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on.
There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Miles underwater. Look what good is to shut up. But do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The stories that we've been told are not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
That's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky dog. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Wow.
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision?
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here?
That's mind blowing.
I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is.
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carle. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carle.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to? Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees 20 years ago or so. The ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at. It's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
Pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui.
What?
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I do with that, Kate. It used to be over there. It was very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group. Can I ask your David question? Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything, or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturdays. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd been taking the money and still working Saturdays.
What kind of dog can tell the time?
A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that.
We've got now these Rubik's Cubes, which are also Sudoku.
Oh my God.
So,
Look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That was is correct.
Whoever is on that sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
It was setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed. And Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Lydney Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this plant. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shirt.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie, all your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, dear.
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if you
No, don't. Don't do it.
Don't whine! Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on in heaven?
It's just nice what Matthew just said there. That when he came in and he looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works? That's why your cheese sings to you.
I'm not doing the loft. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them. Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family, just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do you want to try it? No.
How is she?
She's in that bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you get him back? Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything? Everybody will help you out in eyes, The super people. But no matter where you go through, say from high to high, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor.
So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor, And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there. It'll be off the back of that door, isn't it?
One side that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, you know, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little lock-up garage number, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Your name.
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah. When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating.
And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. You're probably ended up one.
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
What you got? What you got? At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair was compatible to the canteen table, and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together,
You know, the only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
Exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. And I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. That this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookie itis.
I love as much as I cry. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
What's a fucking liquor? I can't believe it.
There's the bill. £60 to pay Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Lurex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching clip of the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there, his black and white cat, just behind the tree.
Yeah.
There's one there.
These are the black bears of Enderby. Here, Manchester, there is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. We'll give you an elbow.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I can taste the peat. I don't know what peat tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that, let me tell you something. That is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open it this way. Don't put your hand there. I've been hustling. I am the Olympic champion. So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world completely, to the farming world. And I felt completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted.
Take her on a wee walk. She gets on really well with the cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found our new crew member.
What we are trying to do is learn more about them so we can protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beach, you've got this opportunity to study them intimately. And they get into the water and they are gone.
But she is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Meeting in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand. Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich. It'll keep me occupied at least. All the cogs of justice.
Did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins.
And a damn fine one. But what would be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. The fall was deserved. I don't know what to do next. That's how it starts. I feel guilt.
That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can make up, Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not a witch fire, that is a man in the tent.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his head? There wasn't a demon in his head. You interrogated him.
I'm on it, fuck hell.
She's broken.
This is before we even discuss.
Your imp.
I'm going back to this today. Yeah.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic. which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Oh man.
Intrigued at the
Oh, this is driving me fucking crazy. It's the same shit.
Is Glasgow officially the most
Oh.
depressed city, or is that an opinion? That was just what I've gathered over the years.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, contributed to.
No wonder I'm asleep fucking listening to the same shit over and over again.
We've £3,490, but wouldn't it be nice to double it to £6,980? That would absolutely pay for Sydney very easily, and maybe a little bit of money for gifts as well. Shall we do it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good luck. With 55 seconds left on the clock, for £6,980, the six-letter lingo begins with the letter V, and your time starts now.
Valor. V-A-L-O-U-R.
Valor. It's not valor. You got an L in the right place. You got the O.
Volume. V-O-L-U-M-E.
Volume. It's not volume. You got the O in the right place. You now got an E.
Volley. V-O-L-L-E-Y.
Volley.
You've done it.
You've done it.
Would you believe it?
Would you believe it? Yeah. He's a star.
He is a star.
Oh, he's brilliant.
That star.
Absolutely brilliant. You still had 27 seconds and you volleyed it in the back of the net. You are going home with £6,980, Daphne.
It's unbelievable. It truly is unbelievable. It's fantastic. We're going to Sydney.
I'm so delighted for you. You're definitely going home with £6,980. And I can safely say, Daphne and Peter, you do know your lingo.
Thank you.
That is it for today. Next time we'll have more teams playing for thousands of pounds. You can join us too. But do you know your lingo?
Willowbrook sponsors everyday favourites.
Comedy on ITVX. You're having a laugh.
We're not individuals anymore. All right, so what are we? Not individuals anymore. Well, yeah, which means we're what?
A battalion.
No, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Friends.
More than that. Lovers, shut it. What is there no I in?
Mouse. Table lamp. Mercedes.
Cabbage. What?
Discover Piglet. Discover Good morning, Britain. Anger as Hugh Edwards avoids prison despite receiving dozens of sex abuse images of children as young as 7. Furious campaigners say the 6-month suspended sentence betrays victims and sends the wrong message to offenders.
Trump speaks out after the second assassination following in 2 months. He's praised the Secret Service and he suggested that divine intervention kept him alive.
There's something going on everywhere. Perhaps it's God wanting me to be president to save this country.
Storm Boris battered Europe. Heavy flooding kills at least 17 people, with many countries braced for more torrential rain. We're live in one of the worst affected areas in Austria.
And breaking news here this morning, rapper turned music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested in a New York hotel amid an investigation into sex trafficking allegations.
Well, you've got the sun. It'll soon clear to be a dry day ahead with sunshine, and the outlook remains settled. I'll have all the details of that and more coming up on Good Morning Britain.
Tuesday, 17th of September 2024, live from Television Centre in London. This is Good Morning Britain with Susanna Reid and Richard Makeley.
Good morning, Britain. Our main news at 6 o'clock. Child abuse survivors have reacted with rage after the former BBC presenter Hugh Edwards was spared prison despite accessing indecent images of children as young as 7. They say his 6-month suspended sentence is absurd and ludicrous and will encourage child abusers to offend.
Well, the Prime Minister has said that he is appalled by this crime. He insisted that the sentence is, in his words, the PM's words, for the courts to decide. Well, our chief correspondent, Richard Gaisford, is at the BBC for us this morning. Richard, many people expected Edwards to get some kind of jail sentence, and there's a lot of anger this morning that that hasn't happened.
Yeah, and that frustration, Richard, is certainly reflected in the newspapers this morning, that so many of them featuring that mugshot of Hugh Edwards on their front pages, the custody picture taken at the time of the arrest, and reflecting the shock of the details we learnt in court yesterday, how this trusted news presenter had been trading for gifts, effectively images of child abuse, with a convicted paedophile. The judge suggesting that he would have had a jail term, but the mitigating circumstances took it down to 6 months suspended sentence. The fact he pleaded guilty early, he had a history of mental health conditions, physical health conditions, but also had no sign of previous offending or subsequent offending after these events had become known about. Real concern, though, from victims of child abuse, including Emma Jane Taylor, who started the Not My Shame social media movement last year.
This potentially green lights more serious, another more serious situation for a child. It puts children at risk because abusers will look at this and think, actually, you know, this guy's got off, he's gone home. I'll give it a go. This justice system in the UK is ludicrous. It's absurd. It's embarrassing, you know, and actually it's not going to protect children. And of course, we're coming from it about children and protecting them.
Well, the Prime Minister also shocked and appalled at what has become apparent and put into the public domain since this case went to court and Hugh Edwards was sentenced. But he spoke to our political correspondent on the plane back from Rome yesterday, suggesting that it was really down to the courts to decide. He said, I'm really shocked in relation to the Hugh Edwards case, really shocked and appalled, but I'm sure everybody who has read or looked at this, as far as the sentence is concerned, that is for the courts to decide, having looked at all the available evidence. But I was shocked by what I've seen and heard. You bet I was. Well, lots of shock here at the BBC and a lot of discussion too about £200,000 in salary that Hugh Edwards is yet to return, the amount of money that he earned from the time he was arrested to the time he resigned. And that looks like a story that will continue to run.
Richard, thanks very much indeed. I think for many people, the concern is about the children. And there's not enough being said about the children. Now, obviously, there would be no public identification of the victims in these photographs. That's absolutely standard. But I'm not sure at this stage whether the police have identified those children.
Of course, consistently yesterday saying that the police had not been able to identify any of the children, any of the young people, which means to say that it's possible those images are still out. And I quite agree with you.
And you want to know that those children are protected, they're now safe, they're not going to be exploited
and Hugh
anymore.
Edwards, in his statement yesterday, delivered by his defence barrister, yes, he apologised for what he'd done. But there was no direct apology to the victims. No real acknowledgement of their side.
In the apology, he did say he apologised for the hurt caused to those in the images.
It's very carefully worded.
But I just think, you know, we have to absolutely think that at the heart of this is exploitation of children. And not enough is said about the protection of them and whether that's the lingering thing I have in any of these cases.
Well, I'm with you on that, but I'll tell you what really raised my eyebrows yesterday and continues to do so this morning. The more we read into the mitigation that was offered and accepted by the court. For example, Hugh Edwards didn't get into Oxford University. What's that got to do with the choice years, decades later to look at child pornography? I cannot see the connection. And there were other aspects of the mitigation which have got you very angry as well, which we're going to be talking about as we go through the show.
That's our main news this morning. Let us know what you think about the sentencing. We're going to be joined by Andrew Pearce and Kevin Maguire. Now, though, here's Marjorie with the rest of the day this morning.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, and we start with breaking news. Sean Diddy Coombs has been arrested at a New York hotel amid sex trafficking investigations. The rapper, who is also known as Puff Daddy, is said to be cooperating with the investigation and had voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of the charges. Our North America correspondent, Noel Phillips, is in New York for us this morning. Good morning to you, Noel. So what more can you tell us about this?
Well, the 54-year-old, who is arguably one of the most successful black men in hip-hop music, had built an empire that made him a self-made billionaire. But earlier this year, his 30-year career was upended after he became the subject of a high-profile sex trafficking investigation by the U.S. government. And you may remember seeing the dramatic images of armed officers in Miami and Los Angeles. Now, this all started
bang, 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 you're on the floor. Now we all know the fucking score. You're a wanker. That's what you are. You're a wanker.
Accusations of sexual abuse and sexual violence. Now, the exact charges that he is facing won't be revealed until later today, but I understand, having spoken to several individuals close to this case, that there are charges similar to that of the R&B singer R. Kelly, which is a separate case, but we understand there are similar charges. But nonetheless, this news has sent shockwaves throughout the music industry, and I've been getting reactions from a friend of Diddy's.
As a classmate, as a friend, kind of pony up, you gotta own it. But I would caution people to at least let all the evidence come out. He's innocent until proven guilty. But I can say this industry is guilty of condoning a certain kind of misogynistic, xenophobia, exploitation of our young people.
Now, Diddy has denied any wrongdoing. And I just want to read you a quick statement from his attorney this morning. And they basically say that they are disappointed with the decision to pursue what they believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs. He's an imperfect person, but is not a criminal. To his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Now, Marjorie, Diddy will appear inside that courthouse behind me later today when we'll hear more details of the charges he's facing.
No, thanks for updating us this far. Thank you. Heavy flooding has killed at least 17 people in Central Europe as water levels continue to rise in parts of Austria, Poland, and the Czech Republic. Other countries, including Hungary and
fresh.
Nick Dixon is in Torna in
My
Austria.
feet are burning up like fuck.
Towns. Nick, good
I can't
morning.
believe it.
So they've actually declared it a disaster.
I mean, it's fucking freezing. Oh my god. Oh yeah.
Certainly in some areas
my
where it's being really badly affected.
Yeah,
You can
that's
see
so
this
nice.
morning
I can't
the
believe
water
it.
level being on this stretch of the Danube
Oh,
is particularly
yeah.
high. That's because we've had really quite sustained torrential rain during the night for several hours, and had to evacuate around 1,000 people from their homes. They're now being supported.
I think I said my feet are burning up, and then suddenly I realised I got that. I'm fucking right. Let's go. Come on now.
They've had more rain there in the past 4 days than they've experienced in their wettest autumn on record. That's why the armed forces are on standby in several parts.
Come on now. Come on now. Move your body. Come on now.
Compared to some parts of Central and Eastern Europe, and what they're experiencing right now is catastrophic rain.
A race against time to save their home. Overnight, residents of the city desperately try to protect it from flooding. Everyone in the city has been urged to evacuate as widespread flooding continues to batter Central Europe. In nearby towns, those who have lost everything assess the damage.
I have survived 3 floods, but this one was the biggest one in my lifetime. There's nothing left.
Whoa.
Towers are destroyed, floors are destroyed, walls are overturned.
Storm Boris has already swept through large parts of Europe, and at least 17 people have so far lost their lives. Others are still trapped, and rescue efforts are ongoing. In the Czech Republic, towns and cities like Ostrava are underwater. Officials are rushing to evacuate thousands of residents from the worst flooding seen here in decades.
I give him a little clean yesterday.
He ran away because the water was rising
They look pretty cool. I came over.
I looked into the
I didn't even
cellar,
run a back hand on my feet.
crazy speed. In about 2 minutes, the cellar was gone.
In places where floodwater has started to recede, a warlike devastation has been left behind. Elsewhere, they're still bracing for the flooding to hit. Emergency defences line the Danube in Hungary, where the worst of Storm Boris is yet to arrive. Nick Dixon, Good Morning Britain.
Hey, that's the aim of the game. Get a question wrong, and I hang up. Everybody get back next week. with Mimi Webb. Question number 1 on Who Are You Today? And the joke of it is, I can kind of understand our mystery caller's point of view because I'm slightly going, right, what other Mimi Webb songs say? And I'm saying, oh, I'm deaf now, somebody. And I've just pulled up the rest of the songs. I could have sang, I keep on running through these red flags. All bangers. Yeah, she's on
Bangers. You got a thing about bangers, didn't you?
Hey, Who Are You? We'll be back next week. And if, like David,
He likes a bit of sausage, you know what I mean?
then pick your money where your mouth is. 03700 100 100 on WhatsApp. Get your booked in for next week. Quite a forward plan on this show. And then you should see what we're doing on Christmas. Right. Dua Lipa, Levitating.
Oh, yeah, some of this as well.
Absolutely 100%.
This is pretty cool.
Has
Fucking
not
love
posted a pre-sale link on her story for sure. That has not happened. Alright? There are no Dua Lipa tickets up for grabs on her socials. Looking forward to that. I'm going to get my tune of the week on, but let's get some brand new Shawn Mendes on. I feel like he is teasing us with this song. I feel like this is an appetizer, it's a starter. This is Why on Radio 1.
BBC.
Radio 1.
Fucking pineapple mango. Lovely.
Wildfires and over 7,000 acres of wildfires raging. Around 5,000 have been deployed. One big firefighter has lost his life, and they have attacked in the EU with drones to put water and attacking flames, and people again have to go in this area to wear masks. The air pollution is so poor. It's down to very
It'll kick off Friday night from 6. BBC Radio 1.
Looks like things are picking up. Proud sponsors of Good Morning Britain.
And this is the very complex weather
Drown me out, but I learned I got older, found that I wanted.
Cinnamon tablets, yeah, fucking right.
Good morning, Britain. Find out how State turned into an audition for comedian Rosie Jones and told Green Room on a new series of Taskmaster. But did it land for a second date? We'll find out when she goes live the studio at 7.
I'm not sure this one. The State BBC News presented a few evidence. States today with a suspended sentence after admitting accessing indecent images of children, some of them in a very worst possible category. They really asked me if the suspended judge should proceed in 2 minutes with the talking to them telling them. He says, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a list. And we use the quite well under weather.
That's it.
And they don't want to be here anymore because of the suffering that we're going through and the trauma that the loved ones then are left with. And it's just unbelievably clear and I don't understand why I'm still
Let's see what we've got coming up after 6:30. It's a law. So make sure you catch it.
Look at that, fucking hell, look at that.
It's showtime. I'm like, ooh. What's that a good idea? We'll soon find out. It's early breakfast with me, Dean McCullough, Dermot Kennedy on the way for the Want to Get On my tune of the week from Ruda Menzel, Mystic Marley, and Flo Dan. This was the hottest record for Danny Cards on Friday night, and there's just something about this song. Played it for you yesterday, you absolutely loved it. It's called Ram Pam. My tune of the week at Radio 1.
Dr. Select, place your order. Soundwave for dead, Sergeant Slaughter, helicopter pad, mad maneuver, really kind of bad, bad producer. Front line for the gallon, I'm in the corner. Start working on the random in any order. Select a rally back, I'll be the ruler. Got the rum papa pump firing.
Right on the rhythm, fire ignition. The way she moves, takes over.
Hello.
Another word for me.
Yeah.
When did we stop? Just say the word and I'll be yours. You know I never forgot.
Hello.
The hope and the hurt.
Hello.
It's lived inside
Hello.
me. There's gold in the dirt. I never took the time to see. But you always words when you walk beside me. My hand fit in yours. And it burned the flame to breathe. We used to be together. When did we stop? So when did we stop? Just say the word and I'll be yours. So you know I never forgot. We were the song of the sound. If you can see the sun, stand by with your phone. We're going to do sun watch in about 10 minutes. I'm convinced there's going to be a heat wave today. Keep a look on Radio 1. Tunes on the way from Drake and Sabrina Carpenter right now. Call up 6:30. And here's Callum Leslie with the latest. Freshers for Grace starting uni in Manchester, but it's more than heading out on a night.
I'm really trying to spare my money. I mean, obviously I want to go out, but you have to prioritise taking stuff over going out for a drink.
And it says a group of top unis says they want tuition fees to go up. In England and Wales, they're more than £9 grand.
This is like shorts for this, right? Where the fuck's the shorts? I mean, there must be somewhere. I'm going to find them. I'm going to wear them.
The government
says it wants them to be world leading and is looking at how to do that. If you're from Northern Ireland, it's just under £5 grand a year. In Scotland, use free for anyone already living there. Something that might have affected you trying to get a hospital appointment over the past 18 months or so. Strikes. The Newsweek's Jared Evans. Maybe no more of those in England.
Because junior doctors who do some operations and a load of other jobs have agreed at
You just have to accept it, you know. Fucking, well, my stomach's fucked, but like I say, I mean, fucking.
Northern Ireland talks are still
If
going
I've got my compensation, I'll get a fucking private job done. But the NHS, they won't pay fuck all their greedy motherfucking bastards. Horrible, nasty, dominant, evil bastards. The NHS are fucking shit. They're dangerous, it's evil, fucking nasty, fucking disgusting.
Service agents saw Johnny sticking out a fence and he tried to get away in a car. He was caught. Police say Diddy's been arrested in New York.
And that prick called Peter says, I'm swearing. Yeah, so fucking what, you stupid little prick. Like, you fucking cunt. I want to knock you out, you little bastard.
The train company's telling its customers again they can't go on dating apps if they're using its Wi-Fi on board. Northern says it's about stopping any sites that are in kid-friendly.
Let me section you for 18 years and see how you feel, you fucking sick little motherfucking bastard. Coming around my house, threatening my tenancy, you sick cunt. I'll fucking destroy you, I will. Yeah, that's it. I'll fucking, the rest of my life I'll be aiming for you. Bang, you little fucker! Bang, you little fucker! Bang, you little fucker!
Just walking around and seeing Villa fans very excited about the Champions League, and there's a big buzz around it. So obviously we hear that as players.
Kick off at 5:45. Liverpool play AC Milan leagues are back in the competition after the season out. Keeper Alisson missed it.
Playing Champions League was one of the reasons that I came here in Europe. So not being able to play the last season was really hard.
Boxing, Anthony Joshua, how are you feeling ahead of the weekend?
I feel better now, but more seasoned, hardened, a lot more development. Not so much dependent on one or two things in the ring. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve.
Takes on another Brit.
I'm glad I'm not smoking no drugs or anything. Fucking, I enjoyed it yesterday. It was not nice really, because it was fucking horrible. Because I was like, you know what I mean? It was like fucking hell. You know what I mean? You struggle to get your energy back together again. You fucking personality, you know what I mean? That's it, you know. If we're going to do drugs, it's going to be like this. You know what I mean? Fuck, man. Yes, it's all enjoyed. I thought, fuck that.
You wonder why his clothes were missing, my body's where they're at. I'm gone, but you're still there.
Next to me, she said, right? It reminds me when I went up to Glasgow with fucking Jane Crawford, right? This lady, right? She was fucking nice and she was right next to me. And fucking, wow, yeah. I think it's on shore. She fucking old my leg or whatever. She's fucking horny as fuck. I mean, I think it's one of that. And was it a train? I think it might be. I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember I'm awake. I can't believe it. Fucking hell.
Close your eyes and feel as lips are feeling mine. And every time you breathe is air, just know I was already there. Feel like I've been there, done that once or twice, and seeing that it does not care.
I should use my phone really and do some shit. I heard you're back together.
vicious, this is a vicious trend. Young boys are being exploited. No one it was there are victims here, and these young boys have been badly let down here. The paedophiles are targeting these two images didn't get everybody watching live, six people are I don't know what the appropriate sentence is. If you've got 6 months rather than suspended or it was also associated with likely vulnerable in prison. You should think about that. They're engaged in this as well. They took into account celebrity is a suicide risk. Makes that people do with relationship with his family, broken from which is kind of understandable. I think from their point of view, we think maybe if he wasn't here, it might be better for them. There seems to be some discounting of something sort of somebody genuinely needs to explain. Someone gets a jail time for saying something on Facebook, yet who Edwards gets away from it. Hang on. When it says it on Facebook, it will be a statement to kill people. It's not go away and minimise what they're doing. I'm very happy to have a discussion about how the punishment of who Edwards and should be
I should learn how to play the piano, really. I can never play piano. Fucking drum on. Like, I was like, I really want to fucking play, but I can't fucking play it. What the fuck? Hang on a minute, that's not right. That's not right, that's not right. This is not right. That's pretty fucked up. I was going to get a technician to fix it.
It's Joe, and at the beginning of Radio 1, coming up to 27. This is very breakfast with Lady McCulloch, who we've had nice morning so far. I've got that lovely new collaboration on the way from Central C and Ray. And as you can see, a big burning ball of fire in the sky. I want to hear from you next.
Years ago, you hear MPs end up, oh, you can't trust young boys who are homosexual. Instead, you use the cheating. It's wicked to do that. Please write my mother and tell her the shade that I am. 30 days I have been sober. Now I'm back drinking again. I got away from the city. I'm on the outskirts of town. Friends that I treated like family. They were just hanging around. Unless I'm Fisher shit. Since we got brain. Unless we all over it. Get ahead. I put something on the button. But just turn on the music. 36 in the chest, okay. 28 in the waist, okay. 46 in the hips, so swing my way. Swing my way, draw me, stand me. Come back and run me. Put it right down, run me. Yeah, I mean, some shit I've done again. I gotta show up and done it. Whatever I've been, I've done it. I go watch faces.
Oh, yeah!
Now I should say them. They ain't here through. Maybe I'll come in, come again. Please say that for the I felt some fortunate today. They're gonna try and speak on
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Severe medication and being cancelled, and instead of collapsing and crying on the way to the court, some people might like, oh, watch that, I get it. They would have had to have a strategy to get him in, to stand in the dock, to hear his sentence and get him out.
Yeah. Extremely distressing case, and Jim Gamble, who is the former head of child exploitation and online protection, says that less than 20% of the people
yeah!
sex abuse material get a custodial sentence.
Which just allows this terrible foul trade to continue.
We're going to be talking to two barristers that later in the programme, criminal defence and prison prosecution barristers, one of whom is actually
yeah!
really the other will defend the magistrate's decision.
But I think the criticism shouldn't be of the chief magistrate. When reading the 16,
it's the sentencing guideline.
It is. He was following the law. He was in.
Yeah!
The law. If we want the law changed, we can get the law changed. That's what democracy and parliament is all about.
Yeah!
To me, they seem ludicrous litigation claims. But it was actually often excuses.
Yeah!
And I don't think you can even go near that.
Well, he was presenting himself as a victim. Was it a victim of?
Do you want some pocket money?
Sorry, that does not excuse.
Do you want some?
Let's move on.
Yeah!
The government has sort of day 2 of its immigration strategy. Yvette Cooper, Home Secretary, who we interviewed.
Do you want a £5 note or a £10 note?
Border Security Command is going to deliver new technology, extra officers.
I think I'll give you a £10 note.
Capabilities following immediate cash injection in order to crack down on immigration because the smuggling gangs are expected to
yeah!
good weather. I mean, across Europe it's very patchy weather. We saw fires this morning and also floods in parts of Europe. But locally, good weather, more people expected to be crammed into these boats. The government does not want to see more people at risk in the channel. The government needs to get a grip on immigration. It needs to crack down on these boats.
I woke up this morning.
They suggest that we intercept these boats because apparently Libya, Tunisia, the
I was pretty fucked.
They do go intercept the boats, turn them around, send them back.
What happens in France is just does it happen enough? Now, they come up with figures.
I went to sleep again. Yeah, I went to sleep here like a bitch.
Yeah.
But of course, what happens when you get a change of government, you get a change of command in border security. You can say, why weren't the last lot doing this? Now, the truth is, they were doing a lot of things Labour would be doing.
Are you on drugs?
Yes. And for instance, with the gangs, you need, if you really want to get the gangs, you need to get people.
Yeah!
Going along with that £3,000, £4,000, £5,000 to pay for a boat. Who do you pay for it? Where's it going to launch? And then you swoop.
Well, I'm not going to give you any money because I don't think you deserve it, to be honest. Oh, no!
I want to ask you this. Okay, all this money is going to be spent, all this investment is about to be made.
Are you going to behave? You're going to give up drugs?
Are we going to be operating in France?
Yeah!
Admitted that France has not done enough to stop this trade in people crossing the channel. And it's regret at the number of people who've died crossing the channel this year. They are not doing enough to French. We have paid them hundreds of millions of pounds. And I think we know that people are turning a blind eye.
Here's your pocket money. Are you going to say thank you?
They do, and they do intercept boats.
Yeah!
Coastline.
Yeah, we've seen images. They get turned back. Right. There's 2 points. One, if you're in France, far more asylum seekers, refugees, from the UK. You're in that part of France, and people want to leave. Do you really hold them back? Would we be holding people back at
deal, or folks that if they wanted to sail the other way. I suspect there'd be some who say no. Well, we'd have politicians. We would have Nigel Farage standing up saying, "Let him go," and you get that in France.
You talk about the images of seeing the boats being painted, but we've also seen images of the gangs actually seeing off the French and
Yeah.
I got my pocket money. I'm gonna buy myself some drugs.
And they've been sauntering on the beach as maggots are rushing into the dinghies. And not,
you'd see it here. You're a couple of cops. What are you going to do if you're confronted by a large mob? I mean, there is a big problem here. It's the French do make an effort, but always question how much effort, whether they really want to make it.
They want to get rid of it.
But what's happened?
Do you get pocket money as well?
The processing centre.
Oh yeah.
Not even open. As they spent a fortune to Libya and Tunisia, so they're getting money.
We got our pocket money. We bought some drugs.
£500 million we're going to pay the Rishi Sunak deal.
Talking about paying out, Junior.
He got a 10 deal.
Voted to accept
And he got a 10 deal.
pay offer, and it brings to an end. Thank goodness.
We rolled up a few joints and now we're dancing.
In NHS history.
Do you like dancing?
This is 18 months of strike.
Oh yeah.
To stop work on 44 days, sometimes for 5 days at a time.
In England.
Yes, in England, it caused huge disruption to the NHS, and they're going to get 22.3% over 2 years. Is that part of the huge black hole that the government blames the Tories for? Is that money?
They make the hole a bit bigger.
They wanted 35. Remember, I don't think there were any strikes at all in SNP-run Scotland. I don't think there were any. They settled earlier. There were a number in the run Wales, but nowhere near this. Look, that dispute was damaging morale and hurting patients.
Yeah,
no question. It was a hangover, and it had to be resolved. There will be.
I'll tell you what, right?
The last Conservative government.
It took fucking 18 years to get my freedom. Like I got my freedom. Fucking right, I did, yeah.
Is the offer too generous?
Freedom from the mental cloud over my head. Like, oh, you're under the mental health act, really? Fucking hell. You know, what the fuck?
Are there any strings attached? Is there a commitment now that that's it? No more industrial action?
Yeah, strings attached. Fucking claws, you know what I mean? Like, got you, motherfucker.
We'll go through the review process, weren't they? But remember, it was a grievance going back to 2008.
I wonder if they're any better off as a result of all these strikes, these doctors, because it's caused huge disruption, loads of cancellations.
Oh, £15 an hour is not fair. I'll really give a fuck off for you. You greedy little motherfucking bastards. Do you know, I was earning probably 50 quid a day, right? And I didn't give a fuck about the money. It was the families, it was the happiness, it was the fucking music, it was like, it was, well, fucking hell, it's not even about money at all, really.
The fact is, it is much better to have deals and have people.
We're just a bunch of greedy fucking motherfucking bastards. The NHS was shit as fuck.
Is there any constraint at all on Donald Trump's ego?
You love to have the power. You love to grab hold of people. I reckon you're all into wrestling. I bet you wrestle every cunt because you're a sick motherfuckers. I fucking hate you. NHS, you can fucking die, all of it, you sick cunt.
If he thinks God's looking after him, the US state is looking after him.
Joking aside, what's an extraordinary revelatory thing for
Shall we have a listen
human being to say?
what he said?
Let's have a listen to it. It's amazing.
There's something going on. I mean, perhaps it's God wanting me to be president to save this country.
Well, actually, mate, I'll tell you what, right? Some people have said, like, Gordy for president. Yeah, can you imagine that? If I went to America and fucking told you to sit the fuck down and behave yourself and all that. Yeah, well, what can I say? I mean, fuck it out. Trump, he's got a little hump. Yeah, hump. Trump. He's got a hump. Hump. There he is. I remember when he was pissed off because Facebook wouldn't let him speak. It was funny. Facebook, muted him, shut him up. You know what I mean? It's fucking funny.
Well, the government might have gone every day on spec.
I'm not sure he did, but I think that is quite worrying. That somehow he was in the right place at the right time. Was it luck or did he know? Was there some leak from Trump's camp.
Yeah, Trump can never play golf again.
My mum likes Trump. Yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah, look, the security will get tighter and tighter and tighter. There'll be even more agents at greater cost. But look, the guy, the suspect, voted Trump in 2016.
Yeah.
He beat Hillary Clinton. He's now disillusioned, gone the other way, but he's a bit clearly not the full shilling when he invited Kim Jong-un to the US to help, get peace deals. I mean, he's not all there. But until you take,
he's not all there. Fucking Trump, yeah, you're not all there, mate. Sorry, mate. Go sit down over there, will you? You're not all over. You're not all there.
You're going to get this time after time after time. You're not going to get every gun out. But if you can take out the worst guns and what we would consider the worst, you'll keep people safer.
That argument is like,
I'll tell you what,
I know.
it's amazing how much you
I agree.
can turn people around from sadness to happiness. It's fucking simple. It's easy.
Obama had 2 terms. He never got rid of any guns.
He did get some. He got limited. Not many. Very hard.
He was
to get
constrained, wasn't he?
He was.
Can we talk about Sir Keir Starmer's lovely wife, who is on the front pages? I mean, she's a fabulous example of somebody looking wonderful in a designer dress. But Andrew, are you furious that she was lent this dress? At least she wasn't. It wasn't paid for by a donor.
It is not uncommon for prime ministers' wives to wear a dress that's been loaned to them by a designer. The designer gets some publicity, but I just thought it was pretty insensitive, bearing them in mind the row over the fact
it's called doubling down, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But the row over the fact that the prime minister didn't realise why he didn't realise, it's astonishing to me, that he had to declare £5,000 worth of frocks and other stuff for his wife. Is astonishing.
So
and a day later,
he did declare it. He just declared it late. Which is a criticism.
He didn't think he needed to declare it. Why he didn't think he needed
he was
to
advised.
is astonishing.
At the time, was advised.
Well, I don't know who gave him that advice, because
it's
clearly wrong.
Yeah.
And I knew it. He knew it. And I'm not the prime minister.
They need to read the rules.
Yeah, exactly. It was obvious it had to be declared.
I've criticised them for taking clothes from somebody where he could have a problem.
Actually, go and have a chat with Karen Piddington, right? Karen Piddington. Did you sit in my fucking living room and go on my eBay and buy yourself loads of clothes? Because I let you buy loads of clothes, didn't I? I did, yeah.
And the designer lends her an outfit.
Made you look good, didn't I?
She can
Let you pick what you wanted, anything, whatever it was. There was you. Yeah, I like that. I think I like that. I like this. I like that. One hat, 50 fucking quid. I don't even know if she wore it.
After it was revealed he'd failed to declare donations.
There's a lot of Labour Party.
Would the Tory sources be shocked whatever Labour Starmer does? Yes, because they can't use donations. They can't use loans, and you would be really shocked if they were using taxpayers' money.
There is an awful lot of Labour.
I've never paid tax, and fuck, I mean.
Prime Ministers take £76,000 worth of freebies, and the fact that the Prime Ministers didn't think it was necessary to declare £5,000 worth of free clothes.
I'm gagging. I'm like, fucking hell, what a
He said he was doubling down again on the plane. He was saying that he was perfectly happy to accept free football tickets. Why can't he pay for his own tickets? I don't understand.
Right. So the explanation he gave was that he can't sit in.
Fucking hell. Do not go to a football match. I mean, fucking hell.
Therefore, he has to go into the hospitality areas. But he can't. He doesn't pay for that because that's an invitation. And therefore, all he can do is accept it.
And is that why?
That's all he can do.
Is that why he didn't pay for his Adele tickets either? He had to go in the hospitality.
If you had heard what Tottenham Hotspur fans were chanting when they played Arsenal on Sunday about Starmer, you would know why he can't just sit with people.
Yes,
like
I know that word what I'm saying, but I won't say what
the Tories. What does the Tory source expect when she goes to Fashion Week? Turn up in a turtle sack with a bit of string around her waist. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if you can't get a Tory source to criticise, then you look for another Tory source. Labour play this game sometimes.
There's quite other criticising too.
But they won't be criticising that. You know they don't.
Right. Thank you both. We will see you at the end of the programme. Thanks both very much indeed. Right, still to come. There's a fresh batch of bakers look to be crowned Britain's best. Find out why Noel Fielding says his co-presenters Paul Hollywood and Prue Lee make him absolutely livid. Richard Arnold has more after 7:30.
Competition time now, and it's a biggie.
Britain
get ready to win big. It's our biggest competition of the year, the £500,000 giveaway. Dream big, win big with ITV.
And he was actually north of the border today. He's in Scotland with all the details. Morning, Andy.
Morning, Richard. Morning, Susanna. Welcome to George Square here in Glasgow. Of course, every time I come to Scotland, I have to have a bagpipe. This Ross, take it away. There we go. And of course, I'm here because we are giving away our biggest cash prize of the year so far. £500,000 is a huge amount of money, and someone's going to win it. Someone who's won a huge amount of money with us is lovely Laura. Good morning, Laura. How are you? Good morning. This is. Do you wear this in everyday life?
Absolutely. I want everyone to know.
Lauren, how much did you win?
I won £250,000.
Now, what difference has that made to your life so far?
A huge difference. We have now gone mortgage free. We paid the mortgage off, and we are at the moment having the garden landscape, which is
like you do.
The dream.
Yeah, I mean, to live mortgage free is one of the things at the top of everybody's list.
Yes, it is.
Exactly. Well, look, Lauren, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You've got your friend here, Aileen, as well. They're loving life. You could be loving life with that massive £500,000. Someone's guaranteed to win that money, and that someone could be you. Good luck. For your chance to win £500,000, text WIN to 80118. Text costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or go to the website. Entries cost £2. You can call 09011 209 118. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and phone number to CD38, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 8 and over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on Friday the 18th of October. Good luck. Okay, so ladies, look, I've got a coffee stand there. If you want a coffee, you go and get a coffee. Enjoy your time on the luxury bus. Laura, I got here yesterday afternoon, and the people of Glasgow were all telling me, we're having a heat wave, Andy. We're having a heat wave. I, of course, explained to them what a heat wave was based on your science. But Laura, it is remarkably warm here right now.
It is, and actually, Scotland is likely to have some of the highest temperatures today down to this thing called the Föhn effect. So the winds are coming up from the south and it warms the other side of the mountain, meaning you're probably going to be hotter than us.
Which means, Laura, I might get to take my little hoodie off.
Goodness.
Is that funny, Stuart?
A bright outlook. Box Solar, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
It's always sun's out, guns out for Andy, isn't it? And there'll be plenty of sunshine for us in the UK through the next few days down to this high pressure. It's like a force field that keeps the weather fronts at bay, and it means we're dry, settled, and slowly warming up as we head through the next few days. But it does mean we have some nighttime mist and fog to contend with. Today is most likely to be across the northeast of England. Yesterday it was the northwest, but no warning in force. And the radar at the moment is showing it is largely dry. I say largely, the far northwest of Scotland, an onshore flow, the odd spot of light rain or drizzle. But for everyone else, it is dry. The winds are light. There is plenty of sunshine, and there's still enough strength in that sunshine to mean those temperatures are above average across the board. We have a 22 in London, but we could get to 22, maybe 23 degrees across Scotland as that warm air goes over the higher ground, and then we see those temperatures climb. Tonight, it's very similar to last night. It is clear with mist and fog returning, a mild night ahead, and then more sunshine to come. So let's take a look at our 7-day outlook. And like I said, high pressure dominates, and it keeps those weather fronts at bay, and it's bringing in this mild feed of air. So looking across the north of the UK, first of all, temperatures above average for the next few days, turning a little cooler, but still around about average as we head into next week. But if you like the sunshine, then this is good news for you, because we have sunshine symbols every day. The percentage chance of rainfall is low, just a slight increased chance of seeing a little more cloud next week and the odd light shower. Fortunes further south, just a little bit different, divided as we head through the week ahead. But first of all, our temperatures sit above average for the next 7 days, warming up as we head into the weekend. Percentage chance of rainfall. The next few days remain fine and dry with sunshine, but from Friday onwards, as the high pressure shifts, low pressure moves up from the south, we see increased chances of some scattered showers for the weekend into next week. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Good morning, Britain. Anger as Hugh Edwards avoids prison despite receiving dozens of sex abuse images of children as young as 7. Furious campaigners say the 6-month suspended sentence betrays victims and sends the wrong message to offenders.
Donald Trump speaks out after the second assassination attempt on him in 2 months. He's praised the Secret Service and suggested that it was divine intervention that kept him alive.
There's something going on. I mean, perhaps it's God wanting me to be president to save this country.
Storm Boris batters Europe as heavy flooding kills at least 17 people, with many countries braced for more torrential rain. We're live in one of the worst affected areas in Austria.
And breaking news this morning, rapper turned music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested in a New York hotel amid an investigation into sex trafficking allegations.
Tuesday, 17th of September 2024, live from Television Centre in London. This is Good Morning Britain with Susanna Reid and Richard Madeley.
It's 7 o'clock. Our main news this morning. Child abuse survivors have reacted with rage after former BBC presenter Hugh Edwards was spared prison despite accessing indecent images of children as young as 7. They say his 6-month suspended sentence is absurd and ludicrous and will encourage child abusers to offend.
Well, meanwhile, the Prime Minister has said that he is appalled by Edwards' crimes, but the PM insisted that the sentence is, in his words, for the courts to decide. Well, our chief correspondent, Richard Gaisford, is at the BBC for us. Richard, it's quite clear from the widespread reaction this morning, people like our viewers, media reaction generally, that a lot of people expected Edwards to get some jail time yesterday.
Yeah, and that frustration very much reflected in today's newspapers that almost all feature that mugshot of Hugh Edwards, the custody picture taken at time of arrest on their front pages and inside the papers and throughout all the discussion we've been hearing. Real shock at the detail of what we learned in court yesterday, how this trusted news broadcaster had been knowingly trading for gifts images of child abuse with a convicted paedophile. The judge saying he would have had a jail sentence, but there were mitigating circumstances. They took the early guilty plea into account, the fact that he had mental and physical health conditions, also that there'd been no previous or subsequent offending. That, though, not sitting comfortably with child abuse survivors, including Emma Jane Taylor, who started the Not My Shame movement on social media last year.
This potentially green lights another more serious situation for a child. It puts children at risk because abusers will look at this and think, actually, this guy's got off, he's gone home. I'll give it a go. Because this justice system in the UK is ludicrous. It's absurd. It's embarrassing, and actually it's not going to protect children. And of course, there are incoming promise about children and protecting them.
Well, the Prime Minister also shocked and appalled at the nature of the offences. I was speaking to our political correspondent, Louisa James, yesterday on the flight back from Rome. He told her, I'm really shocked in relation to the Hugh Edwards case, really shocked and appalled, as I'm sure everybody who has read or looked at it is. As far as the sentence is concerned, that is for the courts to decide, having looked at all the available evidence. But I was shocked by what I've seen and heard. You bet I was. Well, certainly a lot of questions being asked here at the BBC, especially about that £200,000 in salary that Hugh Edwards earned from the point that he was arrested to the point that he resigned. The BBC would like it back. So far, it seems Mr. Edwards is hanging on to it.
Richard, thanks very much indeed. That's our main news this morning. And after 8 o'clock, we'll be drilling down into that question about whether Hugh Edwards' sentence was appropriate or too lenient. Now, though, here's Marvarine with the rest of the day's news.
Good morning. Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested at a New York hotel amid sex trafficking investigations. The rapper, who is also known as Puff Daddy, is said to be cooperating.
You're a wanker, mate. Yeah, you're a wanker. Look at you. You're a wanker, mate.
He was to New York last week in anticipation of the charges.
Now, the 54-year-old who was detained just hours ago here in Manhattan is still being held in custody, but he is due to appear in court with his lawyers.
Yeah, 20 years. Go on, lock him up. Sick cunt.
To enter a plea now, Diddy has been facing multiple lawsuits accusing him of sexual assault. but he has denied any wrongdoing.
That's all right, mate. We'll knock you out, you cunt. I'll punch you in the fuck. I'll knock you out. I will. There'll be blood all over your face like that. Just like that. Bang, bang, bang. You'll be going down, boy. This is it.
Yeah, we're in the town of Toul, like 25 miles northwest of Vienna, where there's been torrential, sustained rain quite late last night, which has meant about 1,000 people have been evacuated from their homes, and they're receiving support from the Red Cross. You can see the water levels here on this stretch of the Danube really quite high this morning, but a lot of the red alerts, the emergency alert in this area now starting to ease, but still in some parts of Central and Eastern Europe, the rain has been catastrophic, and they're experiencing record levels of flooding and potentially more to come.
The city of Glasgow is expected to announce later that it will step in to rescue the 2026 Commonwealth Games after the Australian state of Victoria pulled out because of escalating costs.
Well, Glasgow last hosted the Commonwealth Games back in 2014, attracting huge crowds and big names like Usain Bolt. But 2026 will look and feel much different. These will be a scaled-down Commonwealth Games. There's far fewer venues, fewer sports, and a lot less money on the table. However, the Scottish Government has secured more funding from the organisers, and today ministers will sit down to finalise the plan.
2026 is going to be Weetabix.
Well, Glasgow
Yeah, that's how it's going to be.
blueprint for future Commonwealth Games.
Thanks, Juliet. There, that's it. You're up there. Back to you.
Lovely, thank you. Still to come. Good morning. As the government this week determined
Right now,
who
it's
is now going to be
cornflakes.
eligible for the winter fuel payment, pensioners are being urged to act now to ensure that they receive up to £300 to help with heating bills if they are eligible. It's all about the link to pension credit, as we know, and we're going to be talking you through that form. Richard has been having a look at it. Do you qualify, Richard?
I only got past about page 7. You know how many boxes there are to tick on here? Over 200. It's a huge document. Frankly, I think I'd probably give up about halfway through. But we're going to go through it a little bit, and we're going to be talking about the loopholes and the cracks in the system through which so many pensions are definitely going to slip this winter. We've got one joining us live in the studio.
Yeah, and a former pensions minister who is going to explain to you whether you might be eligible and how you might fill in that form.
We'll try and keep it simple. But first, we're going to get the news of travel and the weather.
Oh.
Your box of pension.
See you in a moment.
Hello, the Good Morning Britain headlines now in the south. A woman from Brighton says families should be protected from seeing loved ones suffer a painful death, and she calls for reforms to assisted dying laws. Sophie Blake has incurable breast cancer. She made her plea to MPs at the Liberal Democrats Party conference.
Yeah, they say she's got cancer. I mean, what cancer? Just imagine she hasn't got cancer and carry on with her life and just be happy.
Want to be here anymore because of the.
Or is she going to be taking it all on board? Oh, yeah, you got cancer. Oh, yeah, this and all that. Fucking NHS, you need to fuck off. That's what you've got to do. You know, you take away all these anxieties, we're just using your intelligence, you know. How can I put it? Like I say, with Cameron McDonald, treat to defeat anxiety. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, I mean, suddenly he's fucking happy as fuck.
The RSPCA wants people to stop impulse buying puppies. It says in the last 2 years in our region, there
I'm not
was
buying a dog.
50% increase in the number taken into care, with 500 dogs aged under 1 handed into the charity in the last 12 months alone. But it says it's important to do the research before taking on a puppy.
There was loads of dogs in fucking Portugal. It's crazy.
The
Yeah.
coastal path that's undergone 5
Out on the
years of
streets, you know, as well.
Lying on the Eastern Road, it's seen improvements as well as additional flooding defences installed and recreational facilities. Now is the time for community groups in Oxfordshire to bid for a share of more than £500,000 in funding. A recent successful beneficiary is the Archway Foundation, but it received £13,000 to help its work tackling loneliness in the county. Two baby beavers called Kits are being celebrated in Hampshire. The pair are the first to be born there in 400 years. Well, their parents, Chompy and Hazel, were released 18 months ago at Ewhurst Park near Tadley. It's all part of our diversity programme. They are so beautiful. Now, earlier this year, many of you saw the northern lights above our region, including Hampshire photographer Suzanne Singleton, which she pictured the light show.
Fucking hell.
Well,
This is fucking killers, I say.
as there's expected to be a lunar eclipse early tomorrow after 3 in the morning. Well, let's hope for a cloud-free night sky. With no major travel problems at the moment on the roads and on the public transport as well, let's go straight to the weather today with Philippa.
Dentec triple clean flossing.
A bit of a truth,
the
eh?
local weather on Good Morning Britain.
I reckon if I get all these bits of fucking truth out, it probably won't rub on my tongue. It won't kill me. You know, fucking hell, kill me.
Mist and fog patches soon dispersing to leave another dry and fine day. Plenty of sunshine on the cards, and in that sunshine,
I can't believe I've got no fucking teeth.
today, up into the
I
high
look
teens,
fucking shit
feeling
now. I can't believe it. I fucking look terrible. I mean, like, what the fuck?
The local weather is back just after 8 o'clock. And I'll have your lunchtime.
I don't even like what I'm looking at. It's fucking horrible. I mean, what the fuck, man? I was all right with 2 teeth, you know, but not fucking no teeth. I mean, fuck me, look at me. You just about call me Steve Flood.
Pensioners in England and Wales have been urged to act right now as the government this week decides who and who not is eligible to receive this week's winter fuel payment of up to £300.
Yes, campaigners are concerned that almost 900,000 people who are entitled to pension credit, which will trigger the payment, have not applied. 85-year-old Judith Brown misses out on pension credit as she is over the financial threshold and will now therefore not be entitled to winter fuel payment and will be cutting back on her heating as well as using her oven less, as you're going to be missing out on the £300.
Get yourself a little place like this. It's perfect. You know, you don't need it.
This is quite
You know,
simply
fucking
one
all
of
this
the
heat
worst
and all that.
decisions that she's ever seen. Ross, good morning to you. We'll come to you first. This is obviously a crucial qualifying week, as you said, for the winter fuel payment. Can you explain this extraordinary document which sets out the criteria, which, as I said, you know, as a reasonably clear-thinking individual, I would be defeated by? Can you explain it?
Oh.
Well, I'm afraid that it is really complicated, and there are different bits of income and expenses that will be taken into account when they assess whether you qualify as having a low enough income to get pension credit. It's 240 something questions. It is not straightforward. Many people try and fail to get through it all. There is help available from some of the age charities, but of course the problem we have is that many elderly people are not online, so it's not simple to do, and they try and phone up the DWP and find it's very difficult to get through to actually put in their claim, even if they know.
I'm just scrolling through the online version as you speak, and even if you are online and online sort of capable, it's still baffling. Why does it have to? Why it doesn't have to be this complicated, surely?
You would think it doesn't, but of course the government, all government forms are pretty off-putting and pretty...
Oh, look, I've got another keyboard coming. Fuck me, I've got a keyboard, I've got fucking more robots, some bags, some fucking...
That people don't apply who aren't
some harmonicas,
entitled. The problem is...
some nurses' fucking aprons with hats on.
Devises the form and officials who are looking at it, all the terms used,
some police outfits, police t-shirts.
They know exactly what they mean. They understand it. They've heard about it. But in the case of pension credit,
I think it's just 2 keyboards at the moment. Some more harmonicas. There's some new rock cards. They're pretty cool. There's also your awesome cards. There's some bags as well, medium-sized bags.
You've got elderly people, some of whom can't read, because they can't.
I'm going to send all this shit to my daughter. I'm doing this because I think it'll be good for my daughter. But
are
my daughter
entitled
can actually
to
do
any
this.
extra help. And of course, there are
Yeah,
many
and feel good about what she
elderly
does and all that.
for whom
'Cause
they
well,
always
I done
grow
it
up
and I
with
felt good.
be able
So
to
I
fend
believe
for
it's a good
yourself
idea for my daughter to
without
do the same.
paying this kind of benefit.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And in
send her all the
fact,
shit I get. Yeah,
Baron,
yeah, I
just
mean,
going to pause
fucking
there because
well.
we have with us
I'm
in
sure she'll
studio
love it. You know.
somebody who, Judith, 85 years old, you filled in the form, did you? Or did you have a look at the form and work out you yourself that you weren't eligible?
Yes, I did. I looked at the form because it's only £218 a week, sort of probably the cost of a
Yeah, she loved going to the boot
rental
sales.
for
I got her into buying and selling
that's all
the
the
boot
money,
sales and all that, and
£218,
fucking
and if you bid on that, you can't
yeah, she was all grown up and all that, and she started doing a bit of
And as a
selling and all
result,
that
I've
on
got
fucking
to pay
Facebook or wherever it was.
So
With her friend Lisa Chase and all that, and other people as well.
You're not
Yeah, so
entitled to
I think what I do is I
As a
keep
result,
sending the shit to her, and she can actually fucking crack on with it.
your winter fuel.
'Cause, I mean, it's all right me sitting there giving away all these stuff to the children and all that. I mean, some of the people were like, "Oh, fucking hell, no, I don't want your toys, mate. What the fuck?" You know what I mean? But I mean, you're just a cunt, mate. You know, this is that you're the big fat bastard I see the other day. I mean, I looked at you and I thought, "Fucking hell, look at you. You're a fucking mess." I mean,
What's it going to mean to your life?
Well, it means things like not putting the oven on because it uses such a lot of electricity. It means when you feel
I don't use my oven.
it
My
just
oven's
this much,
fucked. You know what I mean?
because
But
kettles use
it's
an enormous
about.
amount of. They're probably the most expensive thing in the kitchen.
What
So
about
it's
heating?
heating.
Have you had
is
sex in the
very
kitchen? I have.
painfully-
Yeah, fucking yeah.
It's supposed to be
Jane
41
Crawford, you
degrees
had it
in
in the
living
kitchen,
room,
didn't you? You loved it.
but
Fucking
it
hell, you
very
did.
well
Oh
may
yeah.
have to come down. And I'm one of the lucky ones because I
Oh,
do get
really?
an occupational pension,
She's
as I
lucky.
said.
I mean.
But there's 10 million pensioners going to lose out over this, and we're not all having
How do you know
sugar,
that, though?
contrary to somebody who said 1 in 5
10 million
are
people.
millionaires.
Do you know them, do you?
I've been in a room with 30 recently, and not one
You've
of
been
us
around
is a
all their
millionaire,
houses
so I
for
don't know where
season and all
I'm
that,
finding
and
these
copies and
figures.
all that.
And we're not just worried about that. We're being picked on by the government, and it's not fair. We're being picked on.
Fucking hell.
The next thing that they're talking about is taking away
Take it away.
council tax single person.
Fucking forget all that shit. Don't even look at it. I
I'll
mean,
lose
fucking hell.
£546 if that happens.
That's not something that has
There-
been confirmed by the
we'll-
government. I know that there have been reports that may be in the
That
budget.
may-
Of course, we
well,
have to wait for the budget for that.
all I can say is ducks in a row.
Yes.
Bang, bang, bang.
A lot of political commentators are saying that people like you are going to be going through what you've just described, and worse, and shivering this winter in order to pay off the train drivers. Do you see it that way?
I do see that the government has.
I've got a t-shirt, right, and
We
it says,
can't go on strike.
give me a copy. No, what does it say? Something. And no one would get hurt. Yeah, that's it. It's a bit too short for me because my belly's fucking. Well, it's fucking mental, you know. So I've got this t-shirt I can't really wear because it's a little bit too small. But I think I'll give it a check up.
Next year, Biovo, who are my energy people, said I'm going to be paying an extra 200 quid anyway. Anyway.
Checked off.
And when they talk
You can
about,
wear
oh,
this,
well, you're going
you
to
know.
get.
But you won't hurt no one, so you probably won't wear it. I mean,
That's jam tomorrow for one thing.
You mean because the government? Yeah, the government.
I'll give them
says
a wrapper
going
and
up, so actually
jacket and a
pensioners will
fucking.
be okay.
But we won't be okay because there are two pensions.
Another
There's
jacket. I
basic
can't remember what it's called
pension,
now.
which people get before 2016.
But I said,
and there's
fucking, that's
the higher
good
pension, which
gear,
people
mate. It's
get
fucking, you know, it's
after
quality shit,
2016.
and fucking you should
I
wear
was
it.
a
I mean,
pensioner before 2016, so I don't get all that money. I'll get about £100 less.
Baroness, you were shaking your head at that point. Can you explain?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Judith, you are absolutely right that this is very complicated, and the fact that people are going to have a few pounds a week extra on the state pension next spring and carry on until April 2026 does not help you pay the winter fuel bill now. And it's the taking away of
I'm
this
not paying it at all.
money
Fucking
now
no way.
that makes
Actually,
such a
I think
difference. The
I
government
might
has
actually, because I'll tell you why.
carried out
Because I've had a letter
assessment
from British
of
Gas,
how
and they
this will
said, look,
affect the poorest pensioners.
if we pay half, would you pay half?
Credit by just
So I
a
might
little
do.
bit. And they are the poorest of the poor pensioners. Those on pension credit are often much better off than those who have got a small private pension that just takes them over the limit and they don't get all the other benefits.
I think I'll give them
Credit
40.
union
No,
entitlements.
it's about 800 quid, right? And I'll pay 400. No, pay 400. But
And maybe it'll get
it don't feel right, really. I mean,
is it so complicated?
I just can't be bothered to pay it at all. Fuck it. I mean, do I actually need it? I mean,
pensioners off?
Judith thinks.
oh yeah, I need a bathroom. That's fucking right.
Well, if you are charitable and you give them the benefit of the doubt, it could be that because they understand it and because they're responsible for public money and must make sure that only those entitled by law are able to receive it, they feel they have to make it complicated. The problem is, in practice, you're dealing with pensioners, elderly people, people who are.
I'll be going to Nero's copy today, and I'm going to see that Blongo. She's about, well, she's got short and all that. She's fucking lovely. She is.
Much simpler to qualify, and I also think that the £218.
I'm a shy guy. I won't just fucking jump on her or nothing. No fucking way.
Slightly above that, you are still going to be struggling to make ends meet, having to choose, can I afford to put the heating on? And as Judith said, even if you do put the heating on and turn it down or turn it off a lot more, you've still got the standing charge that you're going to need to pay.
Yes.
So the system is simply not working properly for pensioners, and the removal of winter fuel payment is unfortunately going to put hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of the very poorest pensioners at risk this winter. And I don't believe this policy is responsible or sensible to introduce in the way it has been right from this year.
This country is
Next
fucked.
year there's time to prepare. For this year, there's simply no time to protect the poorest pensioners.
Is Judith right? Are they soft targets?
I was helping
Yes,
help the aged, which is now Aged UK. When I was a
in
kid,
their 80s and 90s,
raising money
and
for the old people.
housebound,
Yeah, fucking
what
right.
can they do? They can't go, as Judith says, they can't go on strike. There's nothing that they can do to protect themselves. They rely on MPs to protect them, on charities to protect them, and also, of course, the great work that is often done by the media, who are trying to highlight when something is so wrong and such an injustice. The trouble is, you need a government that will listen and take notice of it. And unfortunately, at the moment, the government has just ignored all the warnings and all the pleas about, please don't do it now, wait, maybe you should tax it rather than taking it away from everybody. That would save money. There are other things the government could do to make sure that the poorest pensioners, who the government unfortunately says are being protected, but they simply are not, do have a chance to have enough heat this winter for their health, so that they don't overload the NHS again. You know, the money that they are going to save, they will not save, either because the NHS will pay more or because more people will claim benefits and then they won't make the savings anyway.
Baroness Allman, thank you very much indeed. Judith, you've worked all your life, haven't you?
Yes.
And then
I've worked fucking more life. Yeah, fucking right.
Yes, I'm headed.
But I never pay
to
tax.
Coventry.
And I'm signing on the dole all the time.
At the end of my life. I mean, it was a Labour politician. It was Mr. Brown who brought it in, and he did it because we got a very bad pension compared to other countries.
What are we going to do about Mrs. Brown? I mean, Mrs. Brown. Fuck me. What are we going to do about you? I mean, fucking hell.
Goes down 15th, and it's not good enough.
Judy, thank you for coming in.
Make a compelling case.
I know that you've knitted a warm blanket, haven't you?
I did for winter. Can I ask everybody to
I've
write
got a
to the
blanket,
Prime
yeah.
Minister and your MP and say, please
think again.
Please don't abolish the bus pass.
You're
because
doing
we rely
knitting.
on that.
Fuck me.
Please
I
don't
could never
take
do that.
away our single person's tax relief from council tax.
You're a fucking knitter. You're a fucking
We don't
knitter.
deserve it.
You're a fucking knitter.
Well, I never
Knitter,
voted
knitter,
anybody
knitter.
that would do that. Never.
Knit me a jumper. Go on. Fucking knit me a jumper. Go on.
Well, why didn't they vote for us?
Saw by the pardon?
Yeah.
Why
well,
didn't they
big
vote for
few
us
of them
then?
didn't turn up, did they?
Yeah.
They couldn't vote
50%.
against the government, but they
Oh,
just
did
didn't turn up.
someone
That
did
was
do
their form
some
of
knitting for me? I can't think of
protest.
the
No,
fucking
it's
person.
We're going to be.
When I was
talking
at Showden,
to Eagle,
when I was banging up pianos, I've got someone to do me a jumper.
But I just want to say, I know the form's complicated, but the point we're trying to get across this morning is that regardless of the politics, almost 1 million people don't claim pension credit, and pension credit is
Montague
the
Avenue in
way
Sheridan,
to
right?
getting
There's a
winter fuel
fucking
allowance
hairdresser,
this
right?
winter. So
And I'll
please
go
don't be
out of
put
the
off
house,
by the fact that
into
they
the van,
almost
round to the
got
fucking
cases,
Montague shop,
because it's
and into the
absolutely
hairdressers
vital.
and
It's
say, now
more
look
than
at me.
880,000
How do I look?
people
They didn't cut my hair or nothing.
pension credit
But they
will
looked
not
and they said,
claim.
yeah, you look good.
You need
Cheers.
to claim
See ya.
because the money is there for you. You know, look, we're all up in arms about the fact that the winter fuel payment's been taken away from 10 million pensioners, but there are almost 1 million who will get it this winter who are not currently going to get it. So, you know, the pension credit application form is complicated. Please try and tackle it.
Okay, well said.
Thank you both very much.
All right, it's 25 past. Still here, Rosie Jones joined us live, talking about standing up to appalling abuse that she gets from trolls because she has cerebral palsy, and also abuse on the streets. And the taxi drivers who won't pick her up. It's extraordinary. She'll also be making us laugh, telling us how to turn a first date into an audition for the new season of Taskmaster. She is really one of the latest comedians being put through their paces on comedy's toughest game show. We're talking to her next.
First, it's competition time, and it's the biggest of the year. And he's taking a coach to Glasgow.
Oh, not him.
I have indeed, Susanna. Good morning to you. Yeah, it's a massive competition.
It's a big competition. Oh my god. We have to change the channel. Fucking hell. You drive my fucking brain scattered with bullshit. Oh, no. Oh yeah, loads of money. You're going to win it all. Yeah, fuck off. See ya.
Their gate saying, you know which house it belongs to. And my other point as well was that if you wanted to flight it, you wouldn't do it directly outside your front door.
Well, BCP Council told us it takes action on flight.
One for your money.
People can enjoy the place where they live. It uses a
Two for your show.
investigation support and enforcement to investigate offences.
Are you fucking ready?
Of the council. It says it will only investigate.
Let's go, let's go. Ah, yeah.
And he's one of the best-loved children's characters of all time. And very soon, he'll be coming to a cinema and a bench near you. A trail of Paddington Bear statues is being created to mark the release of the new film Paddington in Peru. Locations will include Reading, Salisbury and Southampton. Each statue will be sporting a red hat, blue duffel coat and, of course, clutching a marmalade sandwich. Let's get the weather now. Here's Alex Osborne.
Hello, good morning. Well, the dry and subtle theme to our weather continues once again this Tuesday, but it is quite a chilly start across the south. Temperatures widely down into single figures. But any early morning mistiness quickly clearing to leave us with another dry and fine day ahead this Tuesday with some good spells of sunshine, just a bit of patchy
Oh, it's
clouds
Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, it's fucking right. Yeah.
afternoon. Night
I've got to wait
lows
another week
quite
for fucking
breezy
money.
later along the south coast. And temperatures reaching around 20 or 21 degrees. That should feel pleasant enough in September sunshine later. Tonight staying dry with clear spells, a bit more cloud filtering in later, and not quite as cool as last night. Lows between 9 and 11 degrees. For tomorrow, another dry, fine day, spells of sunshine, some areas of patchy cloud around, still quite breezy along the south coast, and a touch warmer still than today.
That's it for now. We're back with more of your headlines in half an hour. See you soon.
Hello, this is Breakfast with John Kay and Sally Nugent.
Coming up to 7:30. Thank you for joining us. Let's go back to our main story, shall we? Because junior doctors in England have accepted the government's offer of a 22% pay rise over 2 years, ending a dispute which prompted the longest strike in NHS history.
The offer included a backdated pay rise for last year of 4%, on top of an existing increase worth an average of 9%.
And for this year, an additional 6% increase, topped up with an extra £1,000, coming to around
9% rise.
Overall, this means the offer totals around 22% over 2 years.
The government says strike action by junior doctors cost the NHS in England around £1.7 billion last year.
Now, despite its members voting to accept the offer, the British Medical Association has warned of further industrial action if pay does not continue to match inflation. Dr. Vivek Trivedi, co-chair of the British Medical Association, joins us now. Morning to you. Thanks so much for coming in to talk to us. So this is the right deal then?
This is the first
I know it
towards
is. Yeah,
restoring
Mickey Mouse
pay,
and
towards
Minnie
restoring the
Mouse.
value, which is all
all
that
that,
doctors have
all
wanted
that.
since the beginning of this campaign. As you'll know, we've had huge pay cuts since 2008.
Here's my
But
keyboard.
this marks a change in that trajectory. Doctors who were being paid just over £15 an hour before this offer will now be paid a little over £17 an hour. So it does mark an improvement, but the journey is not over.
The journey is not over. What does that mean?
So we've talked about medicine not being an attractive career. And in fact, that's part of the wording that Mr. Streeting will be suggesting to the DDRB, our independent pay review body, when they award our pay for successive uplifts. And we want to hold on to our doctors. We want medicine to be an attractive profession so that they don't escape to places like Canada and Australia and New Zealand. And this offer does not do everything in one go, but we've never asked for everything in one go. So as long as we continue on that journey, then we can inspire confidence for doctors to stay and to build back up our workforce so that we can bring healthcare back to a high quality system that it used to be.
I'm interested you say that this is the first step. So are you now going to continue to negotiate for further pay increases, or are you now going to steady the ship and see where this lands?
Well, there's many other things to talk about with regards to doctors. We've heard about Lord Darcy's report about reforms in the NHS. There's huge other issues that are affecting doctors' working lives. We will expect pay uplifts each and every year, as we have done in the past. And if those pay uplifts don't occur in a timely fashion and at the pace that our members have asked for to restore our pay, then that's when we'll be going to the government, we'll be going to Mr. Streeting and saying, you wanted to inspire confidence in this process. This hasn't inspired confidence in this process. What can we do to alleviate that? And if those communications break down, then we will be thinking about going back into dispute and striking again if we need to. But that's always a last case resort and something we don't want to have to do.
There'll be people watching this morning who had delays to their treatment and operations over the last year or so of strikes, who will hear you're getting a 22% pay rise and you're still talking about strikes again in the future. And that will make some of them really angry.
And I can appreciate how it sounds like that. So I think just a few things to clarify. We hear about this 22% figure, but all doctors were voting on was an additional 4.05%. As we talked about, the other uplifts have already been awarded. And those people who've been waiting for such a long time, who have unfortunately had care disrupted because of strike action, which I always apologise about, that won't change. The disruption to care outside of strikes won't change until we can get enough of a workforce to bring down our waiting list. But as that's still rising, we haven't tackled the problem. And this pay offer is a step towards tackling that problem, but the problem still needs to be resolved.
Is there any concern that the pay rise for junior doctors might affect any potential pay rises for other NHS staff?
If you mean that it takes away from other NHS staff, then there's no reason that it should. Spending in health on anything is a political choice. Our nursing colleagues, our other colleagues who help run hospitals, who help run primary care, also deserve fair pay, have also seen pay cuts to similar degrees as us over the last 15 years. And I would support each and every one of them to fight for their own pay restoration if that's what they want to do.
But it potentially makes it awkward in a hospital, doesn't it? If you've got a junior doctor who everybody knows is getting a 22% rise, and you've got a porter or a nurse who's getting nothing like as much in an increase.
Not at all. I was working nights over the weekend, and there was a huge sense of camaraderie between all professions, because we've all undergone the brunt of the public sector pay freeze, and we're all working towards the same goal, to try and make hospitals a great place so that we can deliver high quality healthcare. We each have our own role within that. And so if there's things that we can do to help build each other up, then I'm all for that.
I know that you've been negotiating for a long, long time. In your work with the government, in those discussions, do you know, is this increase fully funded, or is there a possibility that there might be cuts in services in order to fund it?
To my understanding, it is fully funded, but that again is a government's choice. That's a political choice that they have to make. I don't see any reason why it can't be fully funded. And ultimately, we need to think about where do we see the best use of our resources. I think we've just seen from Lord Darcy's report that there's a huge potential economic loss because of the increasing number of people on our who are off sick because of a rising waiting list. And over a similar period of time, where 4 million people might be off sick in 2029, we've heard of other reports saying that could lead to a possible £70 billion of lost economic revenue. We know that investing in health is a fiscal multiplier. We need to start investing in our workforce so that we can start building back up the country again.
Wes Streeting and the Prime Minister have been talking about reform of the NHS as well. Are they going to say, right, you've had your money, or a lot of the money you wanted, now you're going to have to do more to help us, maybe working longer hours, different hours, weekends, that kind of thing? Is it payback time?
So I don't think there's been conversations about how our working hours are planned out, although we're not
That wasn't part of the negotiation.
We're open to discuss anything. We've always been open to discuss reforms because, funnily enough, doctors are very keen for reforms. We're still working with bleep systems where I think the NHS has 10% of the world's pager systems. Old, outdated systems every single day making our work inefficient. We're happy to bring in advancements for that to help us be more effective.
One thing that is changing is the change from being called junior doctors to resident doctors. Why is that so important?
Junior denotes many things, and I think people get the wrong impression and think sometimes we're students, sometimes we're not fully qualified. And junior, as will be known until tomorrow, can represent any doctor from the year one of graduating after 5 to 6 years of university, all the way up to 10 plus years in a specialty. These are people who might be doing cardiac surgery, brain surgery, seeing patients in complex cancer clinics, for example. The work they're doing is anything but junior. And so resident doctor helps denote their expertise.
Dr. Vivek Trivedi, thank you very much indeed for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's time for sport now. John's here.
Thanks, both. Good morning. The Champions League is back tonight. Liverpool face AC Milan, while Aston Villa make their return to the competition for the first time in more than 40 years as they face Swiss side Young Boys. It will be a poignant night. Following the death of former striker Gary Shaw at the age of 63, he played a big part in helping Villa lift the European Cup back in 1982, whilst also helping Villa to win the league title a year before. Well, tributes have come from former Aston Villa striker Stan Collymore, who said, "I wanted to play football because of you. I love Villa because of you. You were a real-life superhero. You made a little boy dream big, fall in love with you, our club, and the beautiful game. You were my hero on the pitch, but most importantly, my hero off it. The loveliest of men, rest in peace." Sentiments echoed by fellow former Villa striker Paul Merson as well, who, of course, is donning the sequins on Strictly this year. He said, "Just got out of the dance studio to hear the devastating news about Gary Shaw. What a player and a better person. One of my all-time favourite Villa players. R.I.P." Well, Villa having won it in 1982 with this famous Peter White goal against Bayern Munich, who they in fact play in their next Champions League match. Villa were the defending champions the following season, but that would be their last ever appearance in the competition. Until now, until tonight, and they're determined they're not just there this time to make up the numbers.
We've got some experience from Europe last year, and it's going to be even tougher this year, being in the biggest European competition, club competition. Then, we're going to have to do even better than what we did last year, and missing out on the final last year was a tough experience, but I think a good one for the group to understand what we have to do better this year. And hopefully we can learn from that.
Well, the Stars were out in force last night, not for a Champions League match or a Premier League match. This, in fact, was a game in the third tier of English football, but one they are calling the Hollywood Derby. Birmingham City, co-owned by NFL star Tom Brady, watching there with David Beckham, saw his side take on Wrexham, who, of course, are owned by Rob McElhenney. There he was, and Ryan Gosling. In League One, it was a top-of-the-table clash. 1-1 by City, 3-1 to leave Brady the happier of the owners. An amazing mix of famous faces last night in his corner of Birmingham. England's all-time leading Test wicket-taker James Anderson could be heading to America to continue his career. He is a surprise target for Major League Cricket, with senior figures at least one team understood to be interested in signing the bowler, who said last month that he wouldn't rule out a return to white ball cricket. The head of World Athletics, Lord Coe, has been named as one of the confirmed candidates to become the next president of the International Olympic Committee. He's one of 7 people under consideration to succeed Thomas Bach, who will step down next year. Coe, a 2-time Olympic champion, is up against the likes of Juan Antonio Samaranch Jr., whose father was the IOC president for 21 years. The election will take place in March next year. We were expecting the news yesterday, but we're expecting it today that Glasgow will be announced as the hosts of the Commonwealth Games in 2026. The Scottish Government are understood to be on the verge of agreeing that deal to host the events, which were supposed to take place in Victoria in Australia, but the state pulling out last year because of rising costs. And footballers stepping into the world of fashion, the next one to do that is Declan Rice, the Arsenal midfielder and one of the most expensive players on the planet, and now probably wearing the clothes to match that price tag, as you can imagine, as he stepped out for London Fashion Week at his home ground, the Emirates Stadium, as the pitch was turned into a catwalk come runway. What do you make of the outfit? Navy suit there with an interesting sort of tie come scarf to knit it all together. Looks very serious about it. He's got his game face on.
He really does. I think he's enjoying it.
Do you?
Yeah, I think he's like, he looks every bit confident.
No,
Yeah,
I'm definitely enjoying it. I
You're gonna
like it.
Do it with purpose. Do it with meaning.
Wear what you
And he did
want.
that.
Do it with boots on.
Yeah. Not red, though. You know, I'm sure he
No.
might wanted to wear red, Arsenal's colours.
John, thank you.
It promised the trip of a lifetime to see the wreck of the Titanic on the seabed. But last year, a dive by OceanGate's Titan submersible went tragically wrong, killing all 5 people on board.
Well, now the US Coast Guard's investigation into the disaster is underway, and it's being watched very closely by a man from Merseyside. His name is Graham Padden. He had booked a place on that ill-fated trip, but he missed out at the last minute. He's been talking to our reporter, Phil Conliffe.
Rescue teams are entering another critical day of searching for the tourist submarine that went missing near the wreck of the Titanic.
I followed the story around the clock virtually. You know, I was constantly looking at my phone, constantly looking for pieces. But I kind of knew myself from understanding the situation that they were in. There wasn't much hope.
Graham Padden's interest in the fate of the stricken Titan sub ran deeper than most. Had events taken a different turn, he would have been among the passengers being searched for in the icy waters of the North Atlantic.
Checked the dates, yeah, everything added up. That was the voyage that I was meant to be on.
Graham had secured his place following phone conversations with OceanGate's mission director, Kyle Bingham. He liked the fact that Graham was Liverpudlian and had spent lots of time at sea.
So yeah, I first got interested in the Titanic story because I went to work on a famous Cunarder called the QE2, which used to sail from Southampton to New York. So we regularly passed over the spot just off the coast of Newfoundland where the Titanic went down. And if you look at the people that died on the Titanic, you know, a huge majority of them were sailors from Liverpool. So we have that link. I never had any single concerns, no, because I knew that the sub Titan had done many voyages before, and I was used to working inside a diving bell, which worked under, you know, nowhere near the same type of pressure. But I was aware that these vessels were tested impeccably, and every time I'd done a voyage, it was tested again.
The sticking point was money. Customers had to raise £250,000, and when it became apparent that he was only able to raise half that, Graham lost his place to tourists with deeper pockets. Among the final crew list, the billionaire businessman Shahzada Darwood and his son Suleiman.
Good morning. It's Friday, the 23rd of June. Tributes are being paid to 5 men who died on board the Titan submersible after it imploded near the wreck of the Titanic.
So I checked my messages. There it was from my sons. Dad. You never guess. Have you seen this? Look what happened to that sub. That could have been you on there. Don't you realise? You know, that could have been you.
The US Coast Guard has now begun a 2-week inquiry into the events of June 2023 and what went wrong. For the first time, this image of the sub on the seabed after it had imploded has been shown to the hearing.
It hasn't put me off at all going back on if I got the opportunity again. I'm still spiritually drawn to the Titanic, to the wreck, to all the Liverpool sailors that are down there, because it is a grave. Coming down out of the murky depths, seeing the masts, seeing the forecastle, seeing the forecastle. Not many people have done that. So I wouldn't want to pass up that moment.
Phil Cunliffe, BBC News.
Incredible story.
What a mixture of emotions,
Yeah.
especially the investigations underway at the moment and the publicity around it. It's 7:45.
Matt has the weather for us. Morning, Matt.
Good morning, both. Good morning to you as well. Lovely start out there at the moment here in the UK for most. Here's the sunrise, nicely popped up now in Gosport in Hampshire, and it's been a similar start for many areas, just a little bit of cloud overhead, a few mist and fog patches as well. But for all intents and purposes, vast majority of you, it's a dry, reasonably sunny day once again. And after a chilly start, it will warm up nicely. The bigger picture, though, shows that focus for rainfall in Europe now pushes down towards Italy over the next few days, but we're under this big area of high pressure. That's what's keeping things largely dry. Just on the fringes of it, though, through the night into the morning, north and west Scotland, Northern Ireland, a lot more cloud here. Some patchy light rain and drizzle. That will ease. The cloud will thin and break. Much milder start, but also breezier. Bit of a breezy stand in the southeast will continue to feed in more cloud than yesterday, but elsewhere, other than some high cloud around, it's a sunny day and a warmer day than yesterday as well. Temperatures up by a couple of degrees, maybe up to 23 Celsius in the north of Scotland, 22 to the west of Northern Ireland, 21 or 22 towards the southeast of England. Now, as we go through this evening and overnight, the cloud in northern Scotland continues to thin and break, but we'll see a low cloud develop a bit more widely across parts of central eastern England and eastern Wales into tomorrow morning, stopping the temperatures dropping as much as they did this morning. But for tomorrow morning, chilliest weather, northern England, southern Scotland, North Wales is here, where there's also a chance of some mist and fog patches, temperatures around 4 or 5 degrees for some. So into Wednesday, a lot more cloud to begin with across parts of Wales, central eastern England. A lot of that misty low cloud will thin and break. Sunny spells developing widely. Just some could still lap on to some North Sea coasts and a bit cooler along some North Sea coasts with the onshore breeze. But with much more sunshine further north, even warmer still, 24 or 25 degrees possible across parts of northern Scotland in particular. And then as we go through into Thursday, we've got some low cloud again drifting its way in to begin with, and greater chance of some lingering low cloud around some of these North Sea coasts, but a dry, sunny day again for the vast majority. Temperatures highest probably towards the southeast corner, dropping a little bit across Scotland and Northern Ireland, but can still hit 22 in the far west. But it's building up. We start to see some changes through Friday and into the weekend. We see low pressure gradually developing from the south. It's going to be slow progress as things go through the end of the week. Friday, still a lot of dry weather around, but increased cloud for England and Wales, 1 or 2 showers, maybe the odd rumble of thunder. A greater chance, though, more widely of some showers and thunderstorms developing as we go into Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures dropping a little bit, but in the sunnier moments, it will still feel warm. So that's what's happening here in the UK. We've been talking, of course, by the flooding in Europe, but flip end of the scale has been happening in Portugal. Let me take you to what's been happening there. Here you can see we've got this here. This is not cloud. If I zoom in a little bit further, this is smoke from wildfires burning across parts of Portugal. They all fired up yesterday under strong winds, and this is what it looked like from the ground. Terrifying scenes for some as those fires expanded and blown along by strong winds across parts of western Portugal in particular. 2 have already been killed. Many firefighters have been injured. And the country has asked the European Union for extra help in water-fighting aircraft to come out and dampen some of those fires down. But with strong winds continuing, the risk, though, will still remain over the next few days. Back to you.
That smoke, Matt, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Pictures are incredible.
Apocalyptic scenes. Very scary indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt, thank you for that.
It is 7:49 exactly. Sandy Toksvig is one of Britain's most loved and probably hardest working writers and comedians. From hosting long-running radio shows and TV hits like QI and Bake Off to her campaign work and writing over 20 books.
And now she's preparing to get back on the road to celebrate the publication of her latest novel, which is called Friends of Dorothy, and she's here to tell us all about it. Good morning.
It's so nice to be here. We were just commenting, the sofa's got no more comfortable.
It's worse.
I know.
Sorry about that.
It's not meant to be a pleasant experience.
We will try to make it as comfortable for you being on it as
It's
we
lovely
can.
to see.
Tell us about Dorothy.
So I wanted to write a book where I didn't have to do any research and it just made you laugh out loud. And I think I've achieved it because a friend was reading it on a train and said it needed to come with a volume control because she laughed out loud. It's the story of a woman called Dorothy, who's a 79-year-old cantankerous old so-and-so, foul-mouthed, full of energy. She sells her house to a young lesbian couple, and on the day they move in, she fails to move out. And it turns out, legally, it's very difficult to get rid of somebody if they have decided not to leave when they sell you their house.
Now, you said this is a book you didn't have to do any research about. I'm now slightly worried.
You're a squatter.
I am a squatter. Yes, I am that old lady. It's about families that we create, the families that we make for ourselves, you know, the ones you have with your friends or the ones you have with your colleagues. So what I refer to as the logical family and not the biological family. And hopefully it's funny and touching at the same time.
Is Dorothy based on anyone in particular?
So the truth is that I know a lot of feisty old women. One of my great friends is the glorious actress Sheila Hancock. And I've known Sheila since I was 18 and I'm now 66. So that's a very long-standing friendship. And don't mess with her. So it's not her, because she's not foul-mouthed in any way, Sheila. It's not her, but I know many women who you just think, you're fantastic, and you continue to be fantastic in your 80s and 90s.
And I just have to tell you that for people at home who are watching, this sofa might not be very comfortable, but actually the sofa behind us there, that's actually Dorothy's sofa.
It is. It's entirely based on this.
3 pairs of shoes.
Yeah. So it's the 3 people who end up
Yes.
sharing the house together. Yeah.
And you talk about your logical family, the kind of the family that you grow into rather than maybe the family that you're born with. And that's something that lots of people, it's a reality that lots of people are living nowadays.
Well, I think that's true. So we used to talk about the typical family, which was the mum and the dad, the 2 kids. About 5% of people actually live in that situation. Most people have divorced families or single parents or many, many different kinds of families. And I don't know about you, but particularly after lockdown, my friends, I miss them so much. And since lockdown, I find that we now say, I love you to each other in the way that you would to a family member. And we didn't used to say it to each other. And I really want to value those relationships because I think they're the thing that keep us going, really, in many instances.
Yeah, we were talking last week about the COVID inquiry and about the medical response to it. A lot of people got in touch then saying those years affected my mindset, my lifestyle.
Absolutely.
In a way that I can never really explain. Is that part of what you wanted to do?
It's part of it. I want to celebrate it. I want to celebrate, our neighbours and our community. I'm very lucky to live in a small village in the country, and the people in the community and the people that I work with, we're busy together as a community restoring 40 acres of ancient woodland. And those moments when we're together on a Sunday and laughing and drinking coffee in the woods, those are so important to me, and that has become family to me in the same way as I'm delighted when my blood family get together.
I heard you on the radio yesterday, on Radio 4, talking about having been out with a chainsaw at the weekend.
Don't mess with me, darling.
I wouldn't dare anyway.
I am that feisty old lady. Do you know what it was? So every time I called somebody out with a chainsaw to do something, it was £500, and I thought, it can't be that difficult. Boys can do it, so surely I can do it. And I got myself a chainsaw, and I love it in a slightly worrying way. I think
What were you doing with the chainsaw?
So one of the problems with ancient woodland, it's not been looked after for generations. This particular plot, probably about 4 generations, and it's choking with holly. And holly can grow, to the size of a large tree trunk, and we're clearing it. And when you watch the sunlight come down onto the forest floor for the first time in over 100 years, it's fantastic. In just 2 years, we've doubled the number of native bluebells in the woods. And honestly, it makes you feel thrilled. It's like one of the best things that I do.
I suppose the risk of enjoying using the chainsaw is that you get a bit overzealous with it and you cut down a bit too much.
No. I promise you, there is an absolute
deforestation.
There's a plan. We have failed to look after our woodlands for a very long time, and they were always managed. But we've got about 2.5% of our ancient woodland left, And of that 2.5%, about 7% is in good condition. And I think we must save it because it's good for the soul.
Sandy, I know you still work incredibly hard, working all the time, touring, writing, all of this, but you sound to me like you might have found a balance.
Yeah, I think that's probably true, actually, Danny. My beautiful wife, I've been married 18 years, and I'm crazy about her. So just last night I was in Manchester and we didn't see each other. We can't wait to have dinner together tonight. It's just slightly pathetic. And moving into the woods, listening to the owls at night in the dark and watching the bats flying. Yeah, it's good for you. But the wonderful thing is, can I just say, it's available to anybody in this country. We have some amazing open spaces and anybody can volunteer. You can work with the Woodland Trust, for example, who I work with. There's just lots of things you can do, and I recommend it to everybody because literally being grounded is good for you. It makes you feel good.
Does it make you feel good to be out with audiences face to face as well when you're talking about the book? Is that something else that you wanted to?
I mean, that's the other thing. I absolutely wanted
Yeah.
to do that. So we're doing this show. Everybody who comes and buys a ticket gets a free copy of the book so that you can carry on being entertained, hopefully at home. When you get into a live audience, a very strange thing happens. Your heart rate starts to synchronize with everybody in the building and you become calmer. You are 30 times more likely to laugh if you are in an audience with other people. So come, relax, have a laugh. And the other thing is, I do half an hour where the audience can ask me anything, and believe me, they do.
Go on. What's the worst one?
Well, I had a woman in Bradford that asked me what my bra size was, and I couldn't remember, so she had to come up and have a look. So I'm just saying, yeah, why not? You know, I'm not shy. Actually, I still can't remember. If you want to have a look at it, I don't know if they do that on this show. I don't know if that's a thing.
Probably, yes. We do everything on this show. It's fine.
But we missed each other during lockdown, and there's a thing of looking each other in the face and saying, "Hello, talk to me." I had an old guy said, "Has anybody got an unusual job?" And he put his hand up and he said, "I'm the last handmade bicycle maker in Britain." Well, that's quite interesting, isn't it? So he chatted for 5 minutes. I said, "Thank you very much." Then I moved on to the next question. He came down to the stage. He walked all the way down. He banged on the stage and said, "I haven't finished." I went, "Okay." So I got a cup of tea in a chair, and he did another 10 minutes. And you just think, well, how marvelous is that? It's great.
Oh, it's marvellous to have you here. And I tell you what, it's timely as well, because we were talking this morning, we've got a lovely story we can play a bit later, about a lady who's found her long-lost family in Australia, and she's finally been reunited with her siblings. But it's a reminder that it's not just genetics as well with family, from what you were saying. It's that logical as well as biological family
Yeah,
as
and it
well.
matters, and I think we should celebrate it.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Sandy, thank you very much. And it's nice to all be together.
It's
to
a
have you
pleasure
here
to
face
see
to
you.
face on our not very comfortable sofa.
Maybe use your chainsaw on the sofa.
Don't tempt me.
See you soon. Thank you. Sandy's new book, Friends of Dorothy, it's released next week.
Time now to get the news of travel and the weather where you are.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Cross with your news in the south. Controversial plans to build an incinerator on Portland in Dorset have been given the go-ahead by the government. The £150 million waste-to-energy facility was the subject of a public inquiry last year after Dorset Council refused to give it planning permission. The Portland Port had appealed against that decision, and the Secretary of State has found in their favour. A cyclist is in a critical condition in hospital after a hit and run in Oxfordshire. The man in his 70s was involved in a crash with a van near to Halifax Road in Wallingford at around 6 yesterday morning. Police say the driver of the van didn't stop. A former racing driver from Surrey who had both his legs amputated has completed a major milestone in his training for the Ironman World Championships in Hawaii. At the weekend, Billy Munger successfully completed the Weymouth Ironman event, swimming just over a mile, cycling for 56 miles, then a 13-mile run. Well, Billy hopes to beat a double amputee world record at the event next month, whilst also raising money for comic relief. And more than 1,000 people have signed a petition to bring back year-round swimming at an outdoor pool in Surrey. Guildford Lido used to be open for 12 months a year, but that ended during the pandemic. This year's summer season ended on Sunday. Your weather today, staying dry with some cloud around this morning, but plenty of sunshine on the way this afternoon, highs at 21 degrees Celsius. We'll be back with more of your headlines in half an hour. Bye for now.
So we can let the party get on and move it right. Strictly Come Dancing continues Saturday at 7 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with John Kay and Sally Nugent.
Good morning. Here are headlines. A 22% pay rise for junior doctors. The government says the deal is key for the NHS, but medics warn of more action if their wages don't keep up with inflation.
Donald Trump describes hearing shots ring out during a suspected assassination attempt as police footage reveals the moment a gunman is arrested.
40,000 people in an entire Polish city are told to leave their homes as flooding overwhelms parts of Central Europe.
The surgeon at the centre of an urgent review at Great Ormond Street Hospital and the families who say he caused serious harm to their children.
Good morning from Leeds University Union, where these students can expect to graduate with debts of close to £50,000. We look at the impact that's having on mental health and student life.
We're going to meet Nazare, the injured turtle washed up in Cumbria, but now making waves in the warmer waters of the Azores.
And it may be a little bit fresh for those of us above water this morning, but another dry and reasonably sunny day to come. I'll have your full forecast here on Breakfast.
Good morning. It is Tuesday, the 17th of September. Junior doctors in England have accepted the government's offer of a 22% pay rise over 2 years, ending a dispute which prompted the longest strike in NHS history.
The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, says the deal marks the first step in future-proofing the NHS. But the Doctors' Union, the BMA, have told us they're warning of more action if their pay doesn't keep track with inflation. With the latest, here's our health editor, Hugh Pym.
It began in March last year, striking junior doctors on picket lines in England and demanding a pay rise of 35% to be phased in, which they said should compensate for inflation over more than a decade.
What do we want? Investigation. When do we want it? Now!
Some talks took place with the Conservative government, but that didn't stop 11 rounds of strikes over a total of 44 days. Soon after the election, the Labour government made an increased pay offer, which the Doctors' Union, the BMA, put to members, and they voted to accept.
This is the first step towards restoring pay, towards restoring the value, which is all that doctors have wanted since the beginning of this campaign. As you'll know, we've had huge pay cuts since 2008, but this marks a change in that trajectory. And if those communications break down, then we will be thinking about going back into dispute and striking again if we need to. But that's always a last case resort and something we don't want to have to do.
The offer included a backdated pay rise for last year of 4%, on top of an existing increase worth an average of 9%. And for this year, an additional 6% increase topped up with an extra £1,000, which comes to around 9%. It overall adds up to 22%. The government says strike action by junior doctors cost the NHS in England around £1.7 billion. The Health Secretary welcomes the vote in favour of the deal.
The deal we've reached with junior doctors is fair for them, but crucially fair for patients and the taxpayer, because now we can draw a line under this bitter dispute, cut waiting lists, and get our NHS not just back on its feet, but fit for the future.
NHS managers and patients will be relieved that further health strikes are off the agenda in England. Around 1.5 million appointments and operations were cancelled because of all industrial action by NHS unions since the end of 2022. The BMA, though, has argued that there's still a long way to go to compensate for past inflation, and their campaign isn't over. The Doctors' Union agreed a pay deal with the Scottish Government last year, and there weren't any strikes. Junior doctors in Wales have voted in favour of a pay offer. There's an ongoing dispute in Northern Ireland. Hugh Pym, BBC News.
Well, our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, is at the Lib Dem conference where their leader, Sir Ed Davey, is expected to talk about NHS funding later on today. Morning, Henry. What's he going to say following this deal for the junior doctors?
Morning, Sally. Well, the Liberal Democrats have talked about health throughout this conference, indeed throughout this year. So it's not exactly shocking that today in his big speech, Sir Ed Davey, the Liberal Democrat leader, is going to be talking about health. He's going to talk about the NHS. He's going to say that there is hope that the NHS can be reformed. He says the Conservative government broke it so badly over so many years, but we also know it must be done. We will offer people hope on health. That use of the word hope, I'm told, a bit of a jab at this new Labour government, who the Liberal Democrat leadership believe have been overly gloomy about Britain and about the prospects of reforming the state. But make no mistake, the Liberal Democrats won dozens of seats off the Conservatives at the general election just over a couple of months ago, and the Conservatives remain their main targets. In his speech today, Sir Ed Davey will urge his party members to finish the job of essentially supplanting the Conservatives as the main party of opposition. But when it comes to health, yes, the Liberal Democrats are buoyant here that they've got 72 MPs, but that deal with the NHS, with junior doctors today from the government, is a reminder that the Labour Party has 404 MPs. They're the ones in government. They're the ones making decisions about health and social care and every other issue besides. And the question for the Lib Dems, once the buoyancy of having so many MPs begins to fade, is how they fit in to that new political landscape.
Henry, thank you very much indeed. And now John has more of today's news, and we have heard overnight from Donald Trump.
We have, yeah. Donald Trump has been praising his protection team as he's been speaking publicly for the first time since being the target of another apparent assassination attempt while playing golf at his resort in Florida at the weekend. A 58-year-old man has now appeared in court in connection with that incident. Meanwhile, the White House says President Biden has spoken to Donald Trump to tell him he's relieved that he's safe. From the United States is our correspondent Peter Bowes.
Keep walking! This is the moment Ryan Ruth was taken into custody. The 58-year-old was arrested shortly after fleeing from Donald Trump's golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida.
What's your name, boss? Ryan?
Less than 24 hours later, he was in court, dressed in a blue prison jumpsuit and facing multiple firearms charges linked to an alleged attempt to assassinate the former president. This is where he was confronted by a Secret Service agent while Donald Trump was playing a round of golf.
All of a sudden we heard shots being fired in the air, and I guess probably 4 or 5. And it sounded like bullets, but what do I know about that? But Secret Service knew immediately it was bullets. And they grabbed me, and everybody we got into the carts and we moved along pretty good. I was with an agent, and the agent did a fantastic job.
The agent fired at what investigators say appeared to be a rifle poking out of trees near the edge of the course.
Cellular data shows that the subject was in the vicinity of the golf course roughly 12 hours before the engagement with the United States Secret Service.
Investigators say they're still working on whether Ryan Ruth was acting alone. Kamala Harris said violence had no place in America, and she was relieved her election opponent was safe. But Mr. Trump blamed what he called her and the current president's rhetoric for what happened on Sunday and 2 months ago.
Take a look at what happened.
The former president first survived an assassination attempt while speaking at an open-air rally in Pennsylvania. Since then, security around him has been tightened. The Secret Service says it needs more resources to do its job. President Biden says he's looking to see if further measures are needed to ensure the safety of Mr. Trump.
I've always condemned political violence. I always will in America. In America, we resolve our differences peacefully at the ballot box, not at the end of a gun.
The White House says Mr. Biden has spoken to the former president to convey his relief that he's safe. Mr. Trump later said they had a very nice call about Secret Service protection. Officials say security around Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home is now as intense as when he was president. There are 7 anxious weeks to go until polling day. Peter Bowes, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Here, internet safety campaigners are calling for end-to-end encrypted messaging like WhatsApp to do more to protect children online after the sentencing of the disgraced former BBC News presenter Hugh Edwards. He was given a 6-month jail term, suspended for 2 years after admitting possession of indecent images of children. The Internet Watch Foundation's Dan Sexton said the way in which Edward's crimes were discovered demonstrated the need for better protection.
It happened years ago, and it was only just by chance, because of an arrest of the person sending imagery to Edwards, that it was discovered. The nature of the applications they're using, the platforms, is they're designed around privacy, and that means that it's actually the platforms are not detecting and preventing these crimes. What we do know is, certainly our work at the IWF, there are millions and millions of unique images of children being sexually abused that we've found, and we think there's many, many more out there in these encrypted applications.
Traffic could be banned from Oxford Street under plans set out by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. The road is one of the world's busiest shopping areas, at 500,000 visitors every day on average. Westminster Council, which had previously proposed a £90 million redevelopment of Oxford Street, said the Mayor had only recently shared his plans. American rapper Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested in New York City on unspecified charges. It follows raids on two of his properties in Los Angeles and Miami in March as part of an ongoing investigation into sex trafficking by the authorities. Diddy has faced a series of allegations, from sexual assault to abuse. He denies all the claims against him. Several countries across Central and Eastern Europe are dealing with more severe flooding today caused by Storm Boris. 40,000 residents in the city of Nysa in southwestern Poland have been told to head for higher ground as a river threatens to burst its banks. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford is there.
Quite a dramatic night last night here in Nysa, where I am. Volunteers came out and worked through the night to fill the sandbags that you can see here all around me. They were stuffing these bags of sand and then forming human chains to bring them down to the embankment here, this section of the embankment in Nysa, where the mayor had warned that there was a danger that because the riverbank had collapsed essentially and was under such pressure from the water, they were worried that there was going to be mass flooding and that the town of Nysa could be completely flooded. Now, as you can see, there is this wall of sandbags here now. And in actual fact, the water level, although the river is still moving very quickly, it's still very swollen, the level has fallen back quite significantly over the last day or so. But there is a lot of pressure. There is a dam upstream which has burst its banks, and there is a lot more water, of course, in the system, putting pressure on the rivers, putting pressure on embankments like this right across this region. Here in Nysa, we did see people evacuating, heading over the bridge to higher grounds, taking little suitcases, dogs and cats with them, their pets, to go to safety. But it does seem this morning the sun has come out, the rain has stopped, and there is a little bit of optimism that perhaps the worst here in Nysa, at least, has passed. Although when the floodwaters in other places have receded, we have seen in the past couple of days absolute devastation, people who've lost everything, and what they have left utterly covered in filth, in mud, and total ruin and destruction in their homes.
Sarah Rainsford there in Poland. Universities in England say tuition fees need to be increased in line with inflation to help prevent them from sliding into decline, as they call for more government support. But students say they are already paying too much, as our education reporter Vanessa Clark can tell us.
After a quiet summer, university campuses are once again filling up. In Manchester, more than 100,000 students are expected to descend on the city this month. And here at the Manchester Metropolitan, there will be more home students starting than ever before.
We're enormously excited. We'll be welcoming 10,000 new undergraduates.
But in England, vice-chancellors are calling for help as tuition fees remain frozen and international student numbers are down.
For many institutions, we're now at an inflection point. We can choose as a country what type of higher education system we want. Currently, we have some of the best universities in the world. We deliver really great, internationally rated teaching and research. If you want to carry on doing that, you've got to find ways to invest in.
It's not an easy time for universities. More than 40% are expecting to return a budget deficit this year, and they're calling for a decision about how they will be funded long term.
What are you going to see tonight then? Oh, maybe another bowl of rice.
In proposals due to be released in the coming days, Universities UK will call for a tuition fee rise in England linked to inflation, as well as more investment from the government. They also want to see maintenance grants go up and access to child and adolescent mental health services for students up until 25. But the idea of tuition fees going up did not go down well here.
Such a big chunk of money that I can sort of log in and see that I owe the government at the moment, and the idea of spending more than that.
If they went up, I'd definitely be annoyed because I am getting a lot of teaching, but I'm not getting like the 10k or I wouldn't want it to go like 10k. I think that's, and it just puts people off going to uni basically, and no one will go.
The Department for Education in England says it has inherited a challenging set of circumstances and it will create a secure future for universities, but there are no easy options.
We know that there really isn't very much public money available, and if there was, I'm not sure it would necessarily go to higher education. The next option is students, but it's politically very difficult to put up tuition fees, although if tuition fees were linked to inflation, arguably the cost isn't going up, the cost is staying the same. But making that argument is quite tricky.
For many students, this week marks the start of their university experience. But outside of campus, the debate about whether the cost should be on the taxpayer or the student rolls on. Vanessa Clark, BBC News, Manchester.
And we'll be back with Nina a little bit later. She's at Leeds University this morning, speaking to students during their Freshers Week.
8:15, we have some breaking news for you. A man has been charged with murdering the wife and 2 daughters of the BBC racing commentator John Hunt. Carol Hunt and her daughters Hannah and Louise were killed in their home in Bushey in Hertfordshire in July this year.
26-year-old Kyle Clifford has been charged with their murders. More on that on the BBC News website. We'll bring you more information when we get it here on Breakfast in the next hour.
Now it's time to go to Matt, who has the weather for us. Morning, Matt.
Good morning, both of you. Good morning as well. I seem to lift now in areas. You can see that behind me in Cumbria right now. But the general story for many of us today is that it will be a dry day, sunny spells around as well. 1 or 2 exceptions, particularly to the north and the west of the country, where we've got temperatures at the moment 16 degrees in the west of Northern Ireland and northwest Scotland, compared to cold enough for a frost in parts of Oxfordshire. Temperatures only 1 Celsius. That's because here we've got the clearest skies. It's here where we've got the thickest of the clouds. That's also producing a few spots of light rain in the far north and west of Scotland, but that cloud will continue to thin through the morning and into the afternoon, so more sunshine breaking through. The morning mist and fog continues to clear by mid-morning. Slightly more cloud over parts of East Anglia and South East compared with yesterday. Still that breeze coming in from the northeast here and a southerly breeze in the west of Scotland, but elsewhere gentle winds today, and under those gentle winds and the sunshine this afternoon, it will feel warm, warmer than yesterday, up to 23 degrees in the north of Scotland, 22 to the west of Northern Ireland. Through tonight, the cloud in the far north continues to break up even more, but actually we'll see cloud become a bit more extensive across parts of central eastern England and eastern Wales, stopping again. It's cold tonight in the south. Chilliest conditions, clear skies, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, North Wales, 4 or 5 Celsius for 1 or 2 as we start tomorrow morning. Here, though, is where we've got the lion's share of the sunshine from dawn till dusk. More cloud, though, across some parts of East Wales, central eastern England, though, to start with. Some of that misty low cloud will linger near the coast, but for most, it'll break up to a sunny, even warmer day than today. 24 or 25 Celsius possible for 1 or 2. Back to go.
Matt, thank you. We'll see you again very soon.
18 minutes past 8. Now, it's known across the country, around the world, as one of the leading children's hospitals. But now Great Ormond Street in central London is carrying out an urgent review into one of its surgeons. Let's have a look at what we know so far about this.
The hospital is looking into the cases of hundreds of its patients over allegations of negligence by one of its former doctors.
He's Yasser Jabber. He worked as an orthopaedic surgeon at the London hospital for 5 years between 2017 and 2022.
2 years ago, following concerns raised by staff and patient families, Great Ormond Street asked the Royal College of Surgeons to conduct a wider review into its orthopaedic practices.
And that led to concerns about Mr. Jabber, with the hospital now writing to all of his 721 patients and their families. It now says 22 children in 39 cases that it's looked at so far had come to some degree of harm, with 13 of them classified as serious.
We can speak now to former patient 16-year-old George alongside Mum Samantha, Dad Mark and the family solicitor Georgina Wade. Morning to all of you. Morning, George.
Morning.
Could you just tell us your experience with the hospital, what you went there for, and what procedures you had?
So in around 2020, I went to the hospital to have a limb lengthening surgery on my left hand. It was a good experience. There was amazing hospitality, and you were told many great things about what would happen. And we met Dr. Jabbar. He introduced us to what he was going to do. He acted with extreme confidence, as if it was the easiest thing in the world for him to do. But as what has come up as recent, it was not.
What happened, George, to you?
So when I was under there, instead of doing what he stated he would do, which was a limb lengthening and straightening, he had, for some reason, shortened the limb. And due to that, I have come under moderate harm at the least.
So what's been the impact on you and your body, what you can do?
Well, I've my left hand, it's shorter and definitely more curved than it was before as well. The fingers aren't as flexible and come under pain when I put them under any sort of stress, which is not
Mum and
being
Dad,
very fun.
listening to George. It's a tough listen, isn't it?
It's very difficult to listen to. We went to Great Ormond Street with Great Trust. George has been seen by Great Ormond Street since he was 2 years old by surgeons that knew him very well. Dr. Jabbar was a new surgeon, and he went in and performed an operation that we didn't consent to. And George has ended up with an arm that is now shorter than it was previous to this operation. We are devastated and we are mortified that our trust has been broken by a place that we trusted our son to.
And when you started going to Great Ormond Street Hospital, famous hospital around the world that does amazing things for a lot of young people, you must have thought this is the ultimate, this is the best.
Yeah, George had been under their care since he was 2, and we had the best care. And you do go in with blind trust because it is Great Ormond Street. It is that trusted name. It is supposed to be the best surgeons, best children's surgeons in the world. And we're devastated that this has happened. Mr. Jabbar was so overconfident. He made us believe that he could do what we was expecting for George, that he would lengthen the arm, straighten the wrist, that George would have a much better use of his hand, and none of this has happened. Actually, what George has now is less than what he had before.
We should say Dr. Jabbar has now left Great Ormond Street. There's an investigation underway. We've tried to make contact with him, and the BBC hasn't managed to get anything from him. We do have a statement this morning for you from Great Ormond Street Hospital, which you can read. It says, "To George and his family and all the families impacted, we wish to say we are deeply sorry. When concerns were raised to senior leaders here about the service, we asked the Royal College of Surgeons to carry out a review."
A group of independent experts are now reviewing all the patients of one surgeon, and we have a project team to address improvements to the whole service. As we complete the reviews of individual patients, the outcomes will be shared with the patient and their family. We are committed to being open and transparent with our families when care has fallen below the high standards we strive for.
Dad, Mark, what was he like, Dr. Jabbar, when you met him, when you had to have dealings with him, when you were talking about George's treatment?
I called him the Delboy Doctors. He made you feel very confident in what he was doing. He made us feel very special because he to come to see us quite often. What turns out now maybe just to sort of cover up some of the mistakes that have been made. We've put a lot of trust in him, a lot of trust in the hospital, and we feel very let down.
George, how are you now? How has this impacted you in your everyday life now as a teenager?
Well, I've lost trust with the hospital I put my faith in for all of my life. And it's shaken me most of all, because I don't know what will happen next. I could go in for another surgery to try and fix it in some sort of way, but it's also putting my faith in another doctor.
Yeah, how do you feel about that now?
Just confused.
And when you're feeling anxious and confused, I imagine the last thing you want to do is go and sit in front of cameras on television.
Yeah.
But with your mum and dad. But why is it so important for you to go public and speak about this and to make people aware at home?
It's not just about the Dr. Jabbar case. Because in my opinion, something has definitely happened behind the scenes to make sure that this didn't come to light. Because if it was so, then it would have been found years ago. 720 cases, that's a lot. And with what's been found so far, it, in my opinion, will be a majority. And it should be looked at.
It is being looked at the moment, isn't it? There's a big investigation underway, and we'll get the results of that in time.
Yeah. So, Georgina, what is the legal situation now?
So we're fairly on in the investigations and the legal process. Obviously, George and his family were only made aware of the report and the findings earlier this year. So the process has to start to obtain a full set of medical records and conduct our own investigations. But my role and that of Tees Law and my team will be to really try and work out how George came to be in the position that he is now. How did this come to happen? And to see what can be done to hopefully put George back in a position he would have been had the agreed upon surgery taken place, to see if he can be helped in a better position.
How easy is it for you as a lawyer, for the family, to get those medical records, to see the paperwork of what's happened?
Sort of, obviously an awful lot of paperwork involved in this thing. Sometimes I find that families don't always know what their rights are to obtain this information, and sometimes families need to come to us to be able to get that help. So there will be an awful lot of information to go through. Of course, there's the Royal College Surgeons Review. That will be extensive. I'm hoping that we can get access to that from Great Ormond Street at some point to see how this all came about.
So this might not be a quick process.
No, absolutely not. Unfortunately, the wheels of justice turn slowly, and there's a lot of information that needs to go through. We need to make sure that we do everything properly and in the correct manner. So yes, unfortunately, I think this will be years before there's a resolution, certainly for George or for other families involved.
And there are a lot of other families and other patients out there.
Absolutely. I was quite shocked to see the number of individuals who were affected by this potentially. And as investigation is still ongoing. So yes, we would encourage any families who have any concerns to seek legal advice if they feel they need to.
Samantha and Mark, what are your hopes for, I know we're sitting right here, but what are your hopes for George now? What's the resolution here?
It's very difficult for George, because this surgery performed isn't just a one-off surgery. It's 9 months of having a frame on your arm, which affects your education, affects future earnings, affects your social life. We would love for George to have been given the operation in the first place that he wanted. The decision is now up to George whether he chooses to go to future surgery, but we just wish him to be sort of happy in life and confident moving forward. And so that we can move forward from this. And obviously Georgina is helping us to gain some justice.
What would you like to do, George? Let's give you the last word on this. How do you see life going? You strike me as a super bright young man.
I just want to live a happy life above all else.
What would you like to do? You've got college coming up?
Yeah, I'm doing hospitality in college, so maybe just work in a nice place and serve good food.
Oh, that sounds good. I'm trying to think if we've got anything good food we can give him this morning, Sal.
Unlikely.
It's been lovely meeting you. All the best with that, and Mum and Dad as well, Georgina. Thank you very much indeed for coming in. It's a story and an issue that's clearly really important, and we'll keep across it in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you all.
Good luck, George. Morning Live follows breakfast on BBC One this morning. Let's find out what they have in store. It's Gethin and Helen, and back outside.
Look at that.
Well, the sun is shining. We thought we'd take a trip to New York. No, it's just it's looking glorious. Coming up with us this morning, snatch thefts, the devious crime that happens right before your eyes. New figures show that they've soared by more than 150% in the last year.
So quick, isn't it? With over 200 people falling victim every single day, Rav Wilding is here to help.
The theft happens in seconds, but the danger doesn't always stop there. After stealing your phone, thieves can call you up and hold you to ransom for your personal details. So I'll explain the one thing you need to get from your phone today in case the worst happens tomorrow.
Plus, with around 90% of us struggling to get a good night's rest, presenter Katie Thistleton is getting wired up to investigate the science behind sleep trackers.
And with online sales of second-hand goods set to double over the next 5 years, Crafting Queen Zoe Pocock has got the guide to buying online, and we'll tell you how to avoid little mishaps, like the one you kind of can see what's happened there. We'll get to the bottom bit a bit later on.
We've all fallen foul of that one. Also today, we are helping a viewer with a dinner dilemma. They want to know how to make mince more exciting. So Chef John Gregory Smith will share a delicious one-pan recipe for a Korean mince beef bowl.
When you get that sign off, John, you know it's going to be good, don't you? An actor and comedian, Jason Manford, is calling us all for assembly at 9:30 as the new head teacher at Waterloo Road. Don't be late, class. It's at 9:30.
Sitting up straight, yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to it.
We wouldn't dare.
Mr. Manford in the house. Thank you.
Now at 8:30, time to get the news of travel and the weather where you are. Oh, very cool.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Cross with your news in the South. Controversial plans to build an incinerator on Portland in Dorset have been given the go-ahead by the government. The £150 million waste to energy facility was the subject of a public inquiry last year after Dorset Council refused to give it planning permission. Well, Portland Port had appealed against that decision and the Secretary of State has found in their favour. A cyclist is in a critical condition in hospital after a hit and run in Oxfordshire. The man in his 70s was involved in a crash with a van near to Halifax Road in Wallingford at around 6 yesterday morning. Police say the driver of the van didn't stop. Now, a woman from Bournemouth says she's shocked at getting a £500 fine for fly tipping after leaving a piece of furniture outside her house for free collection. Isabel Pepin says she felt intimidated when a man wearing a body camera turned up at her door to issue the fine for putting the cabinet there and said she'd face court action if she didn't pay up. She says local people often put items outside in case they can be of use to someone else.
We lived here for 12 years and it's common practice for people to put the furniture just on the pavement, right by their wall, right by their gate, so you know which house it belongs to. And my other point as well was that if you wanted to fly tip, you wouldn't do it directly outside your own front door.
In a statement, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council told us it takes action on fly tipping to ensure people can enjoy the place where they live. It uses a firm called Waste Investigation Support and Enforcement to investigate offences and administer penalty notices on behalf of the council. It says it will only investigate complaints once the firm has carried out its own investigation. And he's one of the best-loved children's characters of all time. And very soon he'll be coming to a cinema and bench near you. A trail of Paddington Bear statues is being created to mark the release of the new Paddington film in Peru. Locations will include Reading, Salisbury and Southampton. Each statue will be sporting a red hat and blue duffel coats and, of course, clutching a marmalade sandwich. Let's get the weather now. Here's Alex Osborne.
Hello, good morning. Well, the dry and subtle theme to our weather continues once again this Tuesday, but it is quite a chilly start across the south. Temperatures widely down into single figures. But any early morning mistiness quickly clearing to leave us with a dry and fine day ahead this Tuesday with some good spells of sunshine, just a bit of patchy cloud developing into the afternoon. Light winds from lows, but it can be quite breezy later along the south coast. And temperatures reaching around 20 or 21 degrees. That should feel pleasant enough. Any September sunshine later. Tonight staying dry with clear spells, with more cloud filtering in later. And not quite as cool as last night. Lows between 9 and 11 degrees. For tomorrow, a dry, fine day. Spells of sunshine, some areas of patchy cloud around. Still quite breezy along the south coast, but a touch warmer still than today.
Well, that's it for now. We'll be back with more of your headlines from around the region in about 40 minutes' time. Right now, it's back to John and Sally. Bye for now.
Hello, this is Breakfast with John Kay and Sally Nugent.
Just after 8:30. Thank you for having us. And it's an exciting month for thousands of students across the UK as they head off to university. But it can also be a daunting time for graduates who finish their studies with thousands of pounds of debt.
Yeah, what do you do then? You might have the qualification, but you really, really need to find the work to pay off those loans. Something that Nina has been looking into. She is in Leeds for us this morning. And Nina, it's looking quiet. Have you found anyone awake yet?
Lots of students awake, Sally. I'm just looking, actually, just having a nosy in Leeds Student Union at some of the artists who performed here in the 70s. You can see Paul McCartney there, came here with the Wings, Elton John, Led Zeppelin, the Stones, the Kinks, Leonard Cohen. They all played here. And that was at a time where, let's face it, lots of students had a reputation of being long-haired, hedonist hippies who didn't get up in the day, and things have changed a lot now, partly because of the financial pressure that students are under. Morning all, thank you for coming in. Nice to know they've been here since 5 o'clock, bless them. Students, on average, English students are graduating with debts of close to £50,000. Little wonder then that 4/5 of them say that financial worries are contributing to mental health issues and anxiety. There are, of course, those student loans that you can take out up to about £10,200 annually if you're not studying in London. But many students will tell you that, firstly, it doesn't stretch far enough, and secondly, there's that endless worry about how and when to pay it back, and it is seriously affecting student life. I want you to come and meet Amy. I'm just going to interrupt you catching up there, Amy, to talk about the fact that you decided to drop your placement year, which some would say is an integral part of your degree, but you can't afford it.
Yeah, I mean, I decided that the amount of debt that I would be in just for an extra year just wouldn't be worth it. I'm doing societies at uni anyway, like Leeds Student Radio, that's given me enough experience and opportunities anyway, so it almost seems like it just wouldn't be worth it for that extra amount of debt that I'd be in.
And your mum and dad have had that chat with you, and they
we kind of all agreed that just for me, it'd just be better not to be in that debt.
You were already worrying about debt when you were studying your A-levels.
Yeah.
And saving up then.
Yeah, so I had a part-time job alongside my A-levels, and I did that for year 12 and 13, just that I could save up for first year so that I knew I wouldn't be missing out on anything.
Right, so you can see why that pressure builds from a very young age. Thank you, Amy. And this is Emma, who works in all 7-day weeks, because I'll let you come this way, because you have a full-on course Monday to Friday, and then you work Saturday and Sundays in a shop. And also during the holidays, you come up from Sheffield to make sure you can keep that job.
Yeah, it's been really isolating, definitely, because I've had working days on Saturday and Sundays, and I've basically had to move up already in a house by myself, and live in a student accommodation, which is supposed to be for 6 people. It's quite a big house, and it's just honestly to afford being able to live there and being able to just experience the full student life. But you still have worries, just whether you can keep the job and whether it's going to be able to be manageable, going into a new course and going into my second year of studies, which is supposed to be a lot harder than your first year as well.
And you're literally working every day of the week?
Pretty much, yeah. So on my Saturdays it's normally like a 12 till 10 shift, so I don't really get any time then, and a Sunday as well. And then throughout the week I'm obviously doing my degree, so it is really stressful, I would say.
Stick at it.
Thank
Sounds
you.
like you do it brilliantly, as are you, Eliza. But one of your main concerns is the amount of money, your maintenance loan, you're spending almost entirely on accommodation. That's not great.
So this year my maintenance loan doesn't cover my student housing. So in the summer I had to pay my first chunk of rent, which I had to do myself, which was about £1,500 for a house that I wasn't actually living in yet. And then once I actually moved into the house, I realised there was a lot of maintenance issues that needed to be fixed, a lot of issues with cleanliness. So for the amount of money that I'm actually paying to live here, the standard of living isn't up to what I would expect.
But we can talk about the mattress that you have to sleep on, the television. And one thing many of the students have been saying is without support from parents, it's virtually impossible. Louise works at the university trying to engage students so that they have the conversation about financial concerns before it's too late.
Yeah, like many universities, what we think is really important is to do that up front. So we have worked with students and the Students' Union on communication campaigns, financial support up front, also more flexible opportunities so students can gain experience without having to take long extended periods away.
To what extent do you think financial worries are having an impact on how they're studying, on how they're learning? Because this is supposed to be a time of life for free thinking.
It can really, I mean, particularly if it's something that's creating anxiety. So for us, it's about ensuring that we can focus on financial well-being, ensuring that students understand about how to budget, how to make money go further, supporting with extra work if they need it, and really being supportive through it, because we know it is difficult.
Thanks, Louise. I'm having that conversation before it's too late, because most universities will have a bursary available if you find yourself in dire straits as a student. The concern, though, John and Sally, is that going forward, things are going to get more difficult. I know you heard Vanessa's reports earlier talking about how universities themselves are in a lot of debt and may have to increase fees in order to keep their heads above water. At the moment, loans are not keeping pace with inflation, so it's unsurprising that's then having an impact on which young people feel that they're afford to go to university, people with that financial backing from their parents, and so people from poorer socioeconomic backgrounds deciding not to do it, which is, of course, not the way further education is supposed to look.
No, Nina, it is a challenging time, and I'm absolutely, you prove me wrong, everybody's up bright and early. It's good to see.
I heard they were there before Nina.
Yeah.
Well, do you know, if you were going to face 50 grand of debt, then you would be turning up early, wouldn't you?
Yeah, indeed. Nina, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for that. Now, anyone who's ever been intrigued by their own family history is going to love this story, because a woman from Buckinghamshire has finally met her 4 siblings in Australia for the first time after doing a DNA test.
After searching for more than 30 years, Tina Duggan had nearly given up hope of finding her half-brothers and sisters, but she was inspired to keep searching after watching Ant and Dec trace their own family trees on a TV programme.
And now, thanks to the power of social media, Tina has made the 10,000-mile trip down under. Catherine Da Costa tells us the story.
A nervous wait for older sister Jeanette at Melbourne Airport. Tina, the youngest of 6 siblings, is about to meet her family for the first time.
I've only been waiting 47 years.
It's okay. All right. Okay? Yeah? I've got a sister.
The 3 sisters and 2 brothers share the same father, but didn't know about each other growing up. ABC News captured their emotional reunion.
You've made my day. Like,
Day?
my birthday. You could not have given me anything else in the world than what I have here.
You know, I've been searching since I was 14 to find you from a piece of paper that just had, not even Jeanette, it had Julie on it. I've dreamt about you, I've dreamt about this moment for such a long time that to have it come true is unreal.
It's fantastic. She's real. I touched her. And we all had a big sibling hug, which is like mental.
Tina lived with her mum in the UK. She was told she had 3 siblings in Australia, but without the internet back then, her search was fruitless.
None of us knew. My dad didn't know.
Years later, it was Ant and Dec's DNA journey that inspired Tina to continue her search. She took a DNA test and waited. But it wasn't until 2020, during the pandemic, that she was contacted by a 4th sibling, Letitia.
And it turned out that Letitia's mum was alive. And I'm the only one with one photograph of our father, so I shared it, and her mum confirmed it was the same man. Plus, our DNA is, half exactly the same. So we're sisters. So at that point, I told her that there were more of us. There was 3 more, and they all lived in Australia.
6 weeks later, Letitia had tracked down their 3 other siblings via social media, but it's taken a further 4 years to get Sean, Tina, Letitia, Jeanette and Malcolm together face to face.
I have felt very alone in the UK because I am on my own there. And now I've got all of these people. That loneliness has gone. I'm not lonely. I just felt alone that I didn't have my people. And now I have my people.
You do. You have everybody. You've got so many more than just us.
Tina's spending the next few days meeting 47 members of her family in Melbourne, Brisbane and Perth. But it's not the end of the journey. Tina still hopes to find an aunt and uncle in the Bristol area who may hold the key to finding a 6th sibling in America. Catherine Da Costa, BBC News.
So there might be a sequel to that story.
I think you could track that person down
In Bristol. Yeah.
If anyone can do it,
Maybe it's
John.
Sorry.
Oh, that would be a story.
It's nearly 8:45. Now, last week we told you how Coronation Street had been having that emotional journey of Paul Foreman, exploring the challenges of coming to terms and living with motor neuron disease. His character died on the programme.
Now the programme is tackling another tough subject and raising awareness of what it's like living with a stoma. In a new storyline, Lucy Fallon's character, Bethany Platt, contracts sepsis as a result of botched cosmetic surgery abroad, leaving her with a permanent stoma.
Well, joining us here on the sofa this morning is our friend Jill Castle, who you'll remember has told us before about how she had to have a colostomy, it's called, isn't it, after suffering a 4th degree tear during the birth of her son back in 2011.
Yeah.
Good morning. Lovely to see you, Jill. What do you think of the fact that Corrie is turning its attention to stomas?
It's epic for the stoma community. Yeah, I mean, the reaction last night on social media has just gone boom, and rightly so. You know, Coronation Street is huge. The audience figures are massive, and Colostomy UK have done a fantastic job of getting involved in that storyline. Yeah.
How can stories like this, when a soap opera reflects real life like this, how can that help people who are living with this in their own reality?
Well, the first thing it does is normalise it straight away, and that's what we want. You know, we don't want this to be something that's something to be ashamed of or stigma. You want to be able to see it on national television, just part of a storyline, and it also enables people who are maybe living at home with a stoma, you know, maybe contact their friends and their family about it if they're struggling a bit. So I think it just takes a bit of the mystery away from having a stoma.
And I guess that there are so many different reasons for having a stoma. We talked about yours as a result of an incident during birth.
Yeah.
We spoke to Adele Roberts, the DJ, before about her experience with bowel cancer. The story of Bethany on Coronation Street is another story again about a cosmetic surgery gone wrong.
Yeah. Oh, there are so many different reasons. I mean, I know a lady whose bowel perforated in the fast lane of the M4. You know, these are the kind of things that happen to people, and they end up with a stoma as a result. And
so how did that happen?
I don't really know
It's
how
an
that
accident
happened, but no, she must have had a bowel perforation or something like that. But and diverticulitis, that's another reason why someone would have a stoma, which is another bowel disease. Like you said, childbirth. People have car accidents, and Colostomy UK have done research to show that every 39 minutes in the UK someone has stoma surgery. So I'm actually more surprised when I find people who don't know someone with a stoma. It's very, very common.
And in terms of this particular storyline, what's the thing that you hope it changes the most for people who are living with a stoma and their relatives and family and anyone they might have to talk to? What's like the one practical difference that would really help?
Removing loneliness. That is the most important thing of all when you're going through this. It won't necessarily make your problems disappear, because when you have a stoma, it's not like a magic wand. You know, for example, this morning I had to think about what I was going to eat before I came on the sofa. There are adjustments that you have to continue to make, but just knowing that there are other people living with something like that you're living with, that's a big boost to your personal health.
Why loneliness? What is it that makes people lonely when going through this process?
Because it's something that a lot of people don't want to talk about. I mean, let's face it, you're talking about your bowel movements, and who wants to talk about their bowel movements? I mean, here I am sitting on national television talking about my bowel movements. It's not really something that the British do, is it? But this is a reality of something that so many of us worldwide actually are living with. So I just think it's really important for human nature to be part of a community. And if you don't feel part of your community because you've got a stoma, then that's, that has such an enormous impact on your mental health and your well-being. So
you've been very much at the part of that community and trying to forge links, not least when we saw you this time last year, wasn't it? Swimming across the channel, the first person with a stoma to achieve that. And you wanted to show what is possible. Here are these pictures again. I love these pictures. You celebrating on the beach when you finished. That was a year ago. And we just noticed on your arm as you came in this morning that you have an update. What would you like to show us?
Well, I've got my tattoo. I don't know if you can see it there.
That's it.
Yeah, so this is my actual track. And we've got a mermaid with a stoma bag. So that is now on my arm, and that's the date of my swim, which is the 12th of the 9th, which was last
Mermaid
year.
with a stone.
Yeah, so bring it on.
That kind of says it. Bring it on. I mean, that kind of says it all, doesn't it? That you want to be out there. And
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because your life isn't over when you have a stoma. I mean, like I've touched on, yes, you do have little daily adaptations that you have to go through, but you can still get out there and enjoy your life. And I really hope that this is brought into Coronation Street as well, that they show her with these little adaptations that you have to make, but also just embracing it, really. Yeah.
Jill, it is great to see you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank
Lovely
you.
to see you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's nearly 10 to 9, and Matt has the weather for us. Good morning.
Good morning, both of you. Good morning as well. Another cheery forecast across most of the UK again today. This is the scene a short while ago just outside Wolverhampton, and it's going to be a scene for many today. Bit of clouds in the sky, but not a huge amount. Dry and sunny for the vast majority. Big picture across Europe, though, shows that focus for heavy rainfall now will be shifting towards Italy over the next few days. Areas like Bologna, Rimini will be badly affected, but it's high pressure with us. It's that which is keeping things dry. We have seen around the edge of it, though, overnight into this morning. Northern Ireland, North and West Scotland, a lot more cloud. Some dampness in the air, but that cloud will thin and break through the day. A bit more cloud across East Anglia and the southeast compared with yesterday, but elsewhere, morning mist and fog clears. Some high cloud around, but really dry and very sunny for the vast majority. And a little bit warmer too. Temperatures up to around 23 in parts of northern Scotland this afternoon, 22 to the west of Northern Ireland, 20 or 21 in southern England. Now into tonight, the cloud in northern Scotland continues to thin and break. 1 or 2 mist and fog patches across the north, but more extensive mist and low cloud through parts of Wales, central and eastern England, keeping things not as cold as the night just gone, but it will be chilly a bit further north with clearer skies, 4 or 5 degrees in the countryside, and a few mist and fog patches, particularly across central Scotland. That'll take till mid, if not late morning to clear, but then lots of sunshine here. Elsewhere, where we've got the lower cloud, misty low cloud across parts of Wales and England, most of it will be gone by the afternoon, just a little bit lingering around the coast. And if anything, John and Sally tomorrow will be warmer still, 24 or 25 degrees in parts of northern Scotland and southeast England.
Wow, that's properly warm. Matt, thank you.
Lovely.
We've got a story now of somebody who went looking for warmth. A loggerhead turtle who was found washed up on a Cumbrian beach has been nursed back to health and released back into the wild.
Well, it was back in February when Nazare was spotted covered in algae, cuts, and barely alive. But following a successful rehab program, she is ready for another chance at life. Our reporter Jay McCubbin has been following her journey.
Her name is Nazare, and she is incredibly lucky to be alive. Back in February, the loggerhead turtle was discovered by a dog walker after being washed up on the Cumbrian coast. She was cold and weak and far from the warm waters which should have been home. A team from Blackpool Sea Life Centre were called to action.
So she was motionless. She was just about making some movements with her eyes, and she was completely covered all over her shell in algae and seaweeds, like she'd been floating around in the sea for some time.
Her journey had taken her far off track into the cold, stormy waters of the Irish Sea. The rescuers knew this because of a satellite tracking device found on her back. That revealed Nazare's habit of getting lost and being found.
Which was amazing because we found out that she was released from the coast of France, from La Roche Aquarium, where she'd been rehabilitated in June in 2023. So it wasn't the first time she'd been in a facility like ours. And the tag stopped beeping around December time just off the coast of Ireland, and that means she probably got stuck in the storms then and disappeared. So she'd had a bit of a rough couple of months, we reckon, from the condition of it.
Those months had taken their toll. Staff removed algae with a toothbrush. By rights, she should have died, but her dehydration and pneumonia were treated over 3 weeks of 24-hour care. And when she was finally ready to fend for herself, Nazare's final journey took her here. The warm blue waters of the Azores, and almost 2,500 miles from the Irish Sea, she was released.
And it was simply incredible. She kind of went into the water, kind of had a little bit of a look around, and before you know it, she rocketed off into the vast blue that you could see kind of before you. We didn't really get a chance to say goodbye. It was that quick, and it was just brilliant in the sense that it was the culmination of lots of different teams coming together to allow this turtle to go back to the wild. And that's what it's all about for us. It's about giving something back and giving an animal a second chance.
the team hope this is the last time she ever experiences the skills and TLC of European aquariums. Jane McCubbin, BBC News.
Isn't that gorgeous to see? We're joined now by Todd Jem, curator at Sea Life in Scarborough, who helped with Nazare's rehabilitation. Morning.
Good morning.
What an incredible glow up. What a transformation from when we first saw her.
Wow. Yeah, it's not bad for this time.
Nazare, I mean, when you first saw the condition she was in, did you expect that she would survive?
No, I think that was the honest answer. I mean, the team at Blackpool, when they picked her up, Scott sent me some pictures, who's the curator there, and it was just unreal, really. I mean, the only movements that she was making to indicate she was alive were just some eye twitches. So it took about an hour to get her from the beach over to Blackpool. And then it was, days, weeks worth of work just to kind of get to the point where she was, reanimating and showing some real signs of life. And they were such a dedicated team, round the clock care, everything that they could do for that turtle they did. And, that release was just the result of all that hard work.
Just explain why it was so important for you all to take such care of her, to bring her back to health.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the small changes that you have to make just in temperature, so that she's being warmed up by just a degree every day. She's cold stunned, so basically her body had shut down. We know she'd been drifting in the Irish Sea for a couple of months, so she'd been actually rescued in France at La Rochelle Aquarium first. So we've got a good idea of her backstory, and then to make her way into the Irish Sea, float around, and then have that long road to recovery a second time around. I mean, she is one lucky animal.
Yeah.
Isn't she? And in terms of the things that were actually wrong with her, so she was dehydrated.
Yeah.
And some type of infection as well.
Yeah, so she had to have x-rays done, which showed that she got pneumonia. So she went straight on antibiotics, and the rehydration is quite a lengthy process as well. So yeah, there was a lot of care from specialist vets and animal care teams at Blackpool.
I suppose you were all learning more about her, about the species as well, while you're doing it.
Yeah, completely. I mean, it was new to Blackpool and relatively new for us at Scarborough as well. Completely. There's lots of learnings there. It was all about kind of doing the best that we can by those animals. So we were reaching out to anybody and everybody to try and get that knowledge to give her the best chance.
The Turtle Hotline.
That's it.
Yeah.
Are we seeing
Oh.
or are we just better at finding them?
Both, really. I mean, we're definitely seeing that there's kind
This is,
of...
I like this show. I've got a fucking little blim hole. A blim hole. Can you see that? A fucking little hole. I can't believe it. It's my cigarettes. It's smoked. I just fell up my hand and onto the fucking t-shirt and burnt it. And I thought, fuck it.
And that means that they're being found sooner with people that know what they're doing.
So we know that Nazare has now been released back into the waters, the warmer waters of the Azores. I suppose we have to hope that she doesn't end up back here again. Nice as it would be to see her.
Look at her diving in. I love that. Great technique.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to hope. I mean, we've given her the best chance we can. The Azores are kind of almost smack bang in the middle of their natural range, so we've put her exactly where she needs to be to give her the best chance that we can do. And we'll probably never see her again. I like to hope we won't do in some ways. I mean, the next time she'll probably come ashore is when she's kind of going to lay it, have some eggs, and hopefully bring about the next generation of loghead sea turtles.
Really struck that bit in Jane's film where you said that you didn't get to say a proper goodbye because she just sort of leapt into the water or leap. I don't know if they leap, do they? But
did you know what? She actually did.
She rocketed off. Yeah, she was gone. That was it. She disappeared. I mean, I was quite dumbfounded at the time because it
dumbfounded.
That's all I can do. That's the culmination of so many teams hard work here across Sea Life, across aquariums in the UK and Europe. And that was it. I didn't know what to say. I kind of looked back across the boat and she'd already disappeared. So, yeah, it was amazing.
Can you track her at all?
So we'd like to have been able to. Unfortunately, we didn't have a satellite tracker this time. So the University of the Azores do some amazing...
This is fucking boring.
Who
Who wants to see a turtle? Not me. I don't mind seeing a ninja turtle, but not fucking the turtle. Wow.
Yeah.
Are you missing her?
Yeah, I am a little bit. Yeah, because she was with us for quite some time, and it was, like I say, they're such amazing creatures. It's strange.
I mean, I suppose it is possible she might come back to find you. I mean,
I'm going with the optimism on that.
okay,
I'm
optimistic she will.
Optimistic she will, yeah.
Todd Gilman, lovely to meet you, curator at Sea Life in Scarborough, saviour of Melbourne. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
I love that story.
I know, only listening. Well, that's the best question I think you've ever Stay with us, everyone. The headlines are coming up.
If you want some, I'll give it up. When I say not no, you say French. Got no French, got no French. When I say not no, you say French. Got no French, got no French. When I say not no, you say French. Got no French, got no French. When I say not no, you say French. Got no French, got no French. Get with you, get with you. You want some? You want to get with me? Get with you, get with you. If you want some, I'll give it up. We'll show it, player. We'll show it, player. It's up the Raver. Come here, we'll show If you want some, I'll give it you. Red Bull, you got no fans either. Got no shoes, can you wear? You got no ground 10K. I'll give it you. Gary Barton, Piers Morgan, you want some? Gemma Tully, they got no fans. Rio Ferdinand, I like you, you've got fans. When I say Roscoe, you say Raider. Roscoe Raider, Roscoe Raider. When I say Roscoe, you say Raider. Roscoe Raider, Roscoe Raider. When I say Roscoe, you say Raider. Roscoe Raider, Roscoe Raider. When I say Roscoe, you say Raider. Roscoe Raider, Roscoe Raider. Roscoe Raider, Roscoe Raider. Roscoe Raider, Roscoe If you want some, I'll give it you. When I say got no, you say French. Got no French.
Was flooding overwhelmed parts of Central Europe.
Say got no, you say French. Got no French. Got no French. When I say got no, you say French. Got no French. Got no French.
Over 2 years, ending a dispute which prompted the longest strike in NHS history.
The Health Secretary was
I'm the Roscoe Raider. You might know who I am. Because I've got all the fans. Some of these rappers, I got no shoes and no fans. That's why I'm here. The Roscoe Raider.
Hello, mate. Hello, mate.
Soon after the election, the
Hello.
Labour government
Hello.
made an increased payoff of
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, not too bad, mate. Yeah.
members, and they voted to accept.
What?
This is the first step towards restoring the pay, towards restoring.
No, what it is, I've actually been down to Eastleigh and I've decided what I'll do is because I mean I people they do like what I do, but there's some people that they're like, no, I don't want your stuff, mate. You know, like and things like that. And I mean, there's a big bloke about 7 foot tall with his little kids and all that. And I'm like, yeah, mate. And he's like, nah, you know. And I thought, well, solid, you know, I just in case I get any kind of weirdo kind of freaks saying some sad shit, I'll send it all to my daughter. And I sent her 2 packages yesterday. Like some of the stuff that's been delivered to me. And also, well, today I'm going to send another package. And it's loads of like t-shirts. In fact, yeah, how old is your cook? About 4 years old, isn't it, I think. I've got some banging t-shirts. Yeah. They all come yesterday. I'll just go and I'll look in the bag actually and have a look. And
Managers and patients will be relieved that further health strikes are off the agenda in England. Around 1.5 million appointments.
Right, there's one that says, I've got my daddy's temper and my mama's attitude. It's a yellow t-shirt with a black line on it. That's what it is. There's more that say mama's boy. Yeah, that's it. I think.
Wales have voted in favour of a payoff.
Loads of different ones. Well, I mean, if you want some, you can have some.
In the last hour or so, we've heard that a man has been charged with murdering the wife and daughters of the BBC racing commentator John Hunt.
Carol Hunt and her daughters Hannah and Louise were killed in their home in Bushey in Hertfordshire in July this year. 26-year-old Kyle Clifford has been charged with their murder. Our reporter Steve Nibbs joins us now. Morning, Steve. Just bring us up to date with what you know.
Morning, Sally. Yeah, Carl Clifford was arrested back in July the 10th, actually, the day after Carol, Hannah and Louise were found. He was, though, in a serious condition in hospital being treated for injuries he had at the time, police said. But we've had that statement in the last hour, as you said, from Hertfordshire Constabulary saying that detectives from the major crime team have now been able to question Kyle Clifford. And last night they charged him with 3 counts of murder, a count of false imprisonment, and 2 counts of possession of offensive weapons. He's going to appear at Westminster Magistrates later this morning. We had a statement as well from Detective Chief Inspector Nick Gardner from the Major Crime Unit. He said, "Our thoughts remain with the Hunt family at this time and their loved ones as they continue to come to terms with their loss. Over the past couple of months," he said, "we've been working hard to gather as much evidence as possible and establish the full circumstances of what happened that day. Today, we have managed to secure charges against Carl Clifford in connection with the murders of Carol, Hannah and Louise Hunt." He says, "Although it has taken some time to reach this stage, we can now move forward with the judicial process and seek justice for the family."
Steve Nibbs, thank you. And now John has more of today's news.
Thank you, Sally. And Donald Trump has been praising his protection team, speaking publicly for the first time since being the target of another apparent assassination attempt while playing golf at his resort in Florida at the weekend. A 58-year-old man has now appeared in court in connection with that incident. Meanwhile, the White House says President Biden has spoken to Donald Trump to tell him he's relieved that he's safe. From the United States, here's our correspondent Peter Bowes.
Keep walking!
This is the moment Ryan Ruth was taken into custody. The 58-year-old was arrested shortly after fleeing from Donald Trump's golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida.
What's your name, boss? Ryan?
Less than 24 hours later, he was in court, dressed in a blue prison jumpsuit and facing multiple firearms charges linked to an alleged attempt to assassinate the former president. This is where he was confronted by a Secret Service agent while Donald Trump was playing around the golf.
All of a sudden, we heard shots being fired in the air, and I guess probably 4 or 5. And it sounded like bullets, but what do I know about that? The Secret Service, no media to release bullets. And we grabbed me, and everybody just moved out into the trucks, and we moved along pretty good.
Right.
I was with an agent, and the agent did a fantastic job.
The agent fired at what investigators say appeared to be a rifle poking out of trees near the edge of the course.
Cellular data shows that the subject was in the vicinity of the golf course roughly 12 hours before the engagement with the United States Secret Service.
Investigators say they're still working on whether Ryan Ruth was acting alone. Kamala Harris said violence had no place in America, and she was relieved her election opponent was safe. But Mr. Trump blamed what he called her and the current president's rhetoric for what happened on Sunday and 2 months ago.
Take a look at what happened.
The former president first survived an assassination attempt while speaking at an open-air rally in Pennsylvania. Since then, security around him has been tightened. The Secret Service says it needs more resources to do its job. President Biden says he's looking to see if further measures are needed to ensure the safety of Mr. Trump.
I've always condemned political violence. I always will in America. In America, we resolve our differences peacefully at the ballot box, not at the end of a gun.
The White House says Mr. Biden has spoken to the former president to convey his relief that he's safe. Mr. Trump later said they had a very nice call about Secret Service protection. Officials say security around Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home is now as intense as when he was president. There are 7 anxious weeks to go until polling day. Peter Bowes, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Here, internet safety campaigners are calling for end-to-end encrypted messaging like WhatsApp to do more to protect children online after the sentencing of the former BBC News presenter Hugh Edwards. He was given a 6-month jail term yesterday, suspended for 2 years after admitting possession of indecent images of children. Dan Sexton from the Internet Watch Foundation told us the way in which Edwards' crimes were discovered showed the need for better protection.
It happened years ago, and it was only just by chance, because of an arrest of the person sending imagery to Edwards, that it was discovered. The nature of the applications they're using, the platforms, is they're designed around privacy, and that means that it's actually the platforms are not detecting and preventing these crimes. What we do know is, certainly our work at the IWF, there are millions and millions of unique images of children being sexually abused that we've found, and we think there's many, many more out there in these encrypted applications.
Well, in response to that, WhatsApp say that end-to-end encryption is one of the most important technologies to keep everyone safe online. And they say they've developed robust safety measures to combat abuse while maintaining online security. Traffic could be banned from Oxford Street under plans set out by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. The road, of course, is one of the world's busiest shopping areas.
I'm going out at 11 o'clock.
Every day on average. Westminster
That's
Council
great.
was previously proposing
Yeah,
a
it's good to go out.
£90
I fucking I do like to go out. It's great.
The mayor had only recently shared his plans. Universities are calling for a rise in tuition fees in England linked with inflation, along with more support from the government so that the sector doesn't slide into decline. Students, though, have been warned they may see cuts to staffing and courses as UK tuition fees are now worth less than they used to be. The government says it will create a secure future for the sector. The American rapper Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested in New York City on unspecified charges. It follows raids on 2 of his properties in Los Angeles and Miami back in March as part of an ongoing investigation into sex trafficking by the authorities. Diddy has faced a series of allegations from sexual assault to abuse, and he denies all of the claims.
Fucking hell.
Several countries across Central and Eastern Europe are dealing with more severe flooding this morning caused by Storm Boris. 40,000 residents of the city of Nice in South
I'll tell you what, right? Fucking hell. There was a flood in fucking Jane's kitchen. Yeah, Jane. She orgasmed so much it was fucking crazy. It was the whole floor was like wet as fuck. Oh my god!
Yeah, very dramatic.
Yeah, I remember
that. In Nice, when the mayor said that there was a danger of the river here bursting its banks and flooding the town, and he warns people to evacuate as quickly as possible. And just look at what happened overnight. We saw a large number of volunteers heading here to the riverbank to fill.
I'm blue, abadi, I'm blue, abadi, abada. I'm blue, abadi. I've got to try and find. That's a good song. That it's fucking all right. But
Now, over the last few days, this river has swollen extremely strongly. It's become
I wonder if I can find it.
strong
If I sing it.
although in the last day or
I'm
so,
blue.
the water begin
No.
to fall back. You can see
I
the
don't
gap
think
now
I'll be
between the
able
river
to do that.
and the bridge. Just a day or so ago, the water was touching the bottom of the bridge. The sun has come out today. Things are starting to get better here in Nissa.
I'm blue, abadi, abada.
Overnight, and people there, again, 6,000 or so, told they should evacuate. Only a few of them have actually heeded that call.
I'm blue, Aberdeen,
Another town just about 40 kilometres from here. We saw what the
Aberdeen, for fuck's
floodwaters
sake.
had done. There, the waters had receded, but it was absolutely devastating. The main bridge had been smashed away by the floodwaters, and people were picking.
I'm blue, Aberdeen, Aberdeen. I'm blue, Aberdeen, Aberdeen. Dee-dee-dee. I'm blue, Aberdeen, Aberdeen. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Here we go. This is it. Oh, yes. 40%. Yep, that's it. This is it. 29%, 18%. Right, we go for the first one. That's here we go.
It's easier than ever to make a custom video ad.
Is this gonna work or what?
Reach new customers and grow your business. With YouTube Ads, AI-powered solutions. Get started today with YouTube Ads.
Oh. What the fuck is this shit? Fuck off, I don't want this shit. What the fuck? A blue world, I'll have a blue fucking speaker. Yeah, a blue speaker. This is fucking pretty fucked up. I just saved my shit, right? I just added some bits. And fucking hell, guess what? It didn't even do fuck all, nothing. Because it's fucking shit. I'm Boo. I'm the master of the Fuck Me Silly crew. I am the Royal Stone Raver. Now, move your body, baby. Come on now. Yeah. That's the way. That's the way. And we'll take that a little right now, fucking, what the fuck? I mean, I want you to fucking save. Now save you, motherfucker. What's going on with this shit? It's not even saving fuck all, nothing. Because you're shit, Facebook. You're fucking crap. Facebook, you're fucked up. I'm saying, seriously, I'm going to turn you off. You're not turning me on. I'm saying, no, you can fuck off. I'll have to say that again in a minute. I'll turn it on and then I'll say what I want to say and fucking it will save. If it don't save, I'll be fucking pissed off. I'll be saying, look, come on, you fucking sick motherfuckers. I'll remember my words, you know, it's fucking mad, really. Yeah. It'll be like, now move your body, come on now. Yeah, that's the way. Maybe I can say it's choice. That's the way, Yeah. It's funny, really. It's just poetry, isn't it? That's what it is. Actually, it's a bit like fucking, it's like how a scouter and all that. That's what it is. Back into the 90s. Oh my God, here we go. One shot. Now move your body. Come on now. Yeah, that's just, yeah. Look, police everywhere. Fucking hell, where the fuck are they then? Police are fucking they're mental. They're fucking insane. They should change their name. You know, I wouldn't be classed as a policeman because I'll say what I'll be looked at as someone who's going to dominate him and fucking piss them off and everything. I mean, because that's all the police do is dominate you to fucking pieces. They say they're trying to protect the community and all that bollocks, but they're fucking terrible. I mean, they're the ones we got to watch, you know, and monitor and make sure they're not going to fucking go too crazy because they're fucked up. I ran 18 years of bullshit from the NHS and police and fucking Hampshire County Council. I know what I'm dealing with. A load of bollocks, you know, a bunch of cunts everywhere. So you're a fucking policeman. You're dodgy as fuck. And you're a doctor. You're dodgy as fuck. And you're the Hampshire County Council. You're pretty fucked up, you are. I mean, what the fuck? I got you, babe. Yeah, I got you, bitch. This is how it is. Oh my god. Did I call that policeman a bitch? No, I was actually calling that lady the fucking Hampshire County Council. Yeah, but like I say, this policeman was a fucking dodgy character. No, he was like in my face like that, you know, fucking prick. I'm 57 years old. I'm the piano man who looks after all the families, you sick cunt. Fuck off, cunt. I was listening to that song, wasn't I? Yeah. Right. I shared it right on Facebook and it was a waste of fucking time because you can't say what you want to say. That's it. Actually, I'll try it now because I'll turn it on. Right. Now we'll go back on Facebook. We'll share it again. No, we're not sharing it. We're editing it. We're going to edit it because we want to add a few words. But Facebook, you're pretty fucked up. You know, you are fucking mental. There's me. There's me. I'm a man that can probably organise a lot of shit, you know, and get a lot of things sorted out. I was just said. Oh, Nottingham. Really? Who the fuck's that then? Belfast, fucking.
Saved messages. Here are your new messages. Hi, Gordon and Stamlin from Legal HT Solicitors. I'm just calling about a housing disrepair inquiry that we received. If you could call me back on 0161 974 484, that'd be great. Thank you. To replay the message, press 1.
Not that. Right. You know. I'll fuck all that shit. I ain't got time for that. Facebook. What's this? Why would a girl step out of her house without wearing a bra? That's so funny. That's fucking crazy. That's funny. That's fucking funny. That is. And that's the Muppet Show. Yeah, and two old men when they're laughing. It's fucking crack me up. Oh, no, I don't like so good. That's pretty cool. Yeah, give it to me, baby. Come on now. Yeah. We're talking about 3 a.m. when your partner decides to go outside and looks up, takes off, she took off her knickers and her bra, and she's looking up to the stars, and she's like, oh, should we go in the garden and do it doggy style? And they go out in the garden, and the partner, he says, I'm your master. Yeah. It's funny, but I should read it to you, but that's right. You'll probably see it on Facebook now. It's the 3 a.m. 3 a.m. What is it called again? Where the fuck is it? 3 a.m. Fulsome. It says, why would a girl step out of her house without wearing a bra? That's funny. Yeah, that is funny, actually. Yeah, that is crazy. Let's see now what we got then. I think I finished that. Yeah, I finished those. That's rubbish. That's rubbish. look at this. I've fucking still got these. Oh, look at these. Right. I've got them both on there. Look. There's Mickey and Minnie. And Mickey and Minnie out for some fun. Right, I'll take my speaker with me. Blue, yeah, where are we? YouTube. YouTube, where I am.
Bluetooth mode. Goodies, goody, goody, yum, yum. Goodies, we're coming for you. Goodies, goody, goody, yum, yum. Here we come into town, getting up for the town. Hey, why don't you give us a shake? Make you work it out. Oh, come on, don't be shy. We need to make it like you. You want to sing our song? You like right along. We show you what to do. So you'll be goodies, you blue, blue, blue. Goodies, goody, goody, yum, yum. Goodies, we're coming for you. Goodies, goody, goody, yum, yum. Down and out, riding Philadelphia. Goodies, goody, goody, yum, yum. Goodies, goodies, goody, goody, yum, yum. Goodies, goodies, goody, goody, yum, yum. Goodies, goodies, goody, goody, yum, yum. Goodies.
Oh man.
Don't even think about life insurance until you've heard this. You know, many people in the life insurance industry are absolutely furious about this little known policy that's really rocked the industry with its immediate day one cover. See, you can now get up to £300,000 to help cover any debts like a mortgage or perhaps leave a substantial gift to your family, and of course help
I'll take
cover
my
any
body.
funeral costs as well, with immediate coverage from day one for any accidental death, giving you peace of mind right away. Unlike other providers, there are no intrusive blood tests. Now, nearly everyone can qualify for guaranteed low-cost coverage, even if you're a smoker.
Yeah.
This is
I think I'll
a
take this with
must
me.
if you want to help protect your loved ones from outrageous skyrocketing costs. And these new plans start from as little as £2.50 a week. That's what, just 32 pence a day. Click the blue button under this video right now to learn more. You know, if we've learned anything over the past 3 years or so, it's that life is unpredictable. None of us knows how
I'll take that
long
with
this
me.
financial crisis is going to last, or if prices will ever come down. But you can help to protect your family from another crippling debt by getting coverage that's flexible. See, it's guaranteed money paid quickly to your family at the time that they need it most. So they've got one less thing to worry about at an already emotional and very difficult time. For just £2.50 a week, that's less than the price of a cup of coffee. You can help remove so much financial worry from your loved ones. So don't put this off. We all know that one day, well, we're all going to need a funeral. And that's why putting cover in place to leave a cash sum for your family, which is going to help protect them financially, makes so much sense. You can get peace of mind starting from just £2.50 a week. Click below to learn more about this life insurance designed only for UK residents. Protect your loved ones from a financial shock when your time comes.
Hey, here we go one
You've had a
time.
hard time saving thousands of pounds to pass on to your loved ones. Then pay attention now. UK residents born between 1944 and 1974 can now get up to £10,000 in life cover with no medical questions. You can check in 30 seconds to see if you qualify. Just tap on the link below. Currently, roughly 65% of people in the UK do not have life insurance, but you can join thousands who are qualifying for life cover. With no medical checks and no blood tests, it's never been easier to give yourself and your loved ones peace of mind. 1/3 of the population has only £1,000 or less in savings. If the worst were to happen to you, would your family be financially secure? If you want to leave a lump sum to your family when you're gone, as a gift or to help them cover funeral expenses or even debts, you can check if you qualify for this amazing cover in 30 seconds. It is completely free of charge with no obligation. Just tap the link below to see if you qualify.
I say no. You say no. Down. Oh no.
You say goodbye, and I say hello.
Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello.
I don't know why you say goodbye, I say hello. I say hi, you say no, you say why, and I say I don't know.
Oh no.
You say goodbye, and I say hello.
Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Oh no. You say goodbye and I say hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello.
You say yes, I say no. You say stop, but I say go, go, go.
Oh no. You say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello.
Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello.
Wow.
Did you know that you could be generating 10 grand a month or more by simply teaching other people what you already know, extract that into an online course and sell it around the world fast? This is Kerry Eagler. He's generated 7 figures teaching other people e-commerce. And this is Joanna Tompkins. She just had a 30 grand month teaching nail technicians how to get more clients. This is Edward Taylor. He's generated multiple 6 figures teaching visual effects artists around the world how to get better. And this is Paul Martin. He just generated 30 grand inside 3 weeks by pre-selling his course that he hadn't even made to magicians. And what do all these people have in common? Well, they simply decided to turn the expertise that they already had, put that down into an online course and sell it around the world. And from experience, it's the fastest way to generate a lot of revenue without having to do any one-on-one coaching, consulting, done-for-you agency services, any of that stuff. It's much more efficient and fun. And because the most efficient way of teaching people at scale around the world is by simply just creating a digital clone of yourself, of what you already know, recording that into an on-demand course, and then selling it to everyone around the world, around the clock, all the time. And with over 500 clients personally, I know the exact repeatable process that can take you from 0 to 7 figures in pretty much any niche. And in terms of what you could be teaching, I've got clients in niches that range from drumming to yoga, landscape gardening to real estate, anxiety coaching to maths teachers, literally and anything in between. It doesn't matter what you teach. With a repeatable process, you can very quickly extract what you know right now, put it into an online course, get up to 10 grand a month and more very, very fast. So you might be wondering, Carl, that sounds amazing, but what would I teach? How would I know how to sell it and market it? What would I need to do to get started right now? Well, I've just finished up a brand new training, and it's going to show you the 5 evolutionary steps that I personally know that you need to go from where you are right now to getting up to 10 grand a month and beyond by simply inserting your knowledge in an online course in this middle bit and selling it around the world. In this free training, I'm going to show you how to define your niche, kind of concrete exactly what you could teach other people around the world. I'm going to show you how to put it all together in a course structure. I'm going to show you how to build an audience and market to that audience without using any paid ads. It doesn't have to be anything fancy or anything difficult. It's very, very straightforward. I'm going to show you how to price it and even go up to, high ticket price points and charge between 5 and 10 grand for your own offer and make a ridiculous amount of money. So to watch the training, simply click on the link on the screen. Simply just give me your email. In exchange, you get instant access to the training. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe from the emails that you get from me. No hard feelings, but it's going to be worthwhile. It's only 30 minutes long. It's going to be the best 30 minutes that you invest in yourself this year, guaranteed. Because put simply, there's such a huge demand for knowledge right now. And there's always a gap in the market for people teaching this stuff. There's people coming into your industry right now that wish they could just extract what's in your brain to help them get to where they want to get to much, much faster, rather than learn all this stuff by themselves. If you can provide the gap in that market to these people that want to learn this stuff by simply handing over money to you, and they just learn this stuff overnight rather than having to figure this stuff out over many months and many years, that's how you have a fantastic online course business that you can be proud of. And it helps people around the world. And it really is quite fun. And also in this training, I show you the exact steps I personally took to go from 0 to 7 figures in my own business. I give you my funnels, a case study of pricing, how I built my own audience from scratch, everything I did to get from where I was, 0, all the way to 7 figures and beyond in my business, on top of showing you how you can do that as well. So if you know you're bored doing the same thing, going down all these random rabbit holes about crypto and NFTs and affiliate marketing and all this stuff that's kind of a bit woo-woo, and you want to build an online business of your own that you're proud of, then click on the link on this page, on the screen. Just get started, run through the training. I can't wait to see what you think of it. I want you to reach out to me after, let me know how you get on. I'm excited. So click on the link on the screen and I'll see you on the other side.
Creatures. We've been feeding them second-rate internet through these old telephone wires for decades.
You can clear for landing. Rural Britain. Ditch your glitchy old broadband provider. Switch to up to 15 times faster full fiber. GigaClear. Faster broadband for rural Britain.
Look at all the lonely people.
Look at all the lonely people.
Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream.
All the lonely people, where do they all come from?
Who is it for? All the lonely people. Where do they all come from?
All the lonely people.
Where do they all belong? Father Mackenzie, writing the words of a sermon that no one will hear. No one comes near. Look at him working, darning his socks in the night when there's nobody there. What does he care? All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong? Ah, look at all the lonely people. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby died in the church and was buried along with her name. Nobody came. Father Mackenzie, wiping the dirt from his hands as he walks from the grave. No one was saved. All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong?
Now, where's my fucking tape? Ah, fucking hell.
The average salary here in the UK is around about £26,000 a year, depending on where you live. And in order to earn that money, many people, maybe you could relate, are working 40, 50, 60, sometimes 70 hours a week. Did you know that there is a strategy in property which is called serviced accommodation? Serviced accommodation is where you can own a property or control someone else's property and then use it and rent it out night by night to guests. It is the fastest growing strategy in the UK, and just one of these types of deals can generate you around £15,000 a year net profit. Now, you don't need many of those in order to replace your current income or get you into a position where it takes the pressure off. My name's Liam Ryan. I've been in property now for 19 years. I'm standing outside one of my commercial conversions. There's 16 one-bedroom flats in that unit, and these types of flats are perfect for serviced accommodation, where you will rent them out by the night to contractors, holiday makers, people coming into the local area. People at the moment want home from home. The hotel market is dead. People are not traveling, and this is a really great way to get into property, build your confidence, start generating some additional cash
I think what I'll
flow.
do is I'll
And
take
again, you can do this without even having to own assets. So if you're watching this video and you'd like to understand more about the UK's #1 fastest growing property strategy, then I've got a special event for you. It's called the Serviced Accommodation Summit. It's an online free event where you will come and spend time with me and one of my business partners, Ross Maliu, known as AKA the Agent Whisperer. He's been in this space for 12 years. He's sourced thousands of property deals. Then we will show you exactly what you've got to do. Click on the link, get yourself registered, and I will show you exactly how to find the deals, how to fund the deals, and how to fill those deals with high cash flowing tenants and guests. Serviced accommodation is definitely the place to be. Anybody can do this. Click on the link, get registered. It will be wonderful to spend time with you. It doesn't matter if you're new or if you're an existing investor. We have something for everybody. We're going to have a lot of fun at the event. You're going to get to meet me and my team. And at the end of the event, you will know the exact system, the Whisperer blueprint, so you can start, scale and grow a high cash flowing property portfolio. Click on the link and I'll see you at the Serviced Accommodation Summit.
What do I want? What do I want? I want my artwork. Where the fuck do I put my artwork?
The Philly cheesesteak is back at McDonald's. With 2 beef patties, crispy and grilled onions, cheddar cheese, all topped with a melted cheddar cheese sauce. What could be better?
Oh, God.
How about playing the Monopoly game with a Philly cheesesteak too? Yes, please.
I was raised by 2 well-fed hands. I was schooled with straps across my back. But it's alright. Practice the gas, but it's alright. I'm jumping jack flash, it's a gas. I was drowned, I was washed off the land for a day. I go down to my feet and I throw their play. Yeah, I'm drowned and the blood of across my brain. Yeah, I was drowned with fight through my head. I'm not there, but it's all.
Whoever controls the streets controls the city. And I'm here now. I'm gonna be the new King Benegato.
Discover irresistibly smooth Lindor bars.
Oh yeah, tell you something. I think you understand. When I say that something, I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. Oh, please, say to me, you let me be your man. And please, say to me, you let me hold your hand. You let me hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. And when I touch you, I feel happy inside. It's such a feeling I can hide, I can hide, I can hide. Yeah, you got that something I think you understand. When I say that something, I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. When I touch you, I feel happy inside. It's such a feeling that my love I got. And you got that something I think you understand. When I say that something, I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand.
Fucking hell, back it. What a bastard. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Oh. Oh, wow. Come on, you motherfucker. Oh. Oh. I'll just make a cup of tea now, I think. Oh. Ah. Get out. Now. Fucking backache. Oh my god. Oh, what is it now? Oh, it's the 17th. Oh, fuck it. Right. This runs out by tomorrow. All I'm on now.
Taking the fun out of everything, making me wrong when I don't want to think. Taking the fun out of everything, I don't want to think at all. There's no other way, there's no other way. All that you can do is watch that way. There's no other way, there's no other way. All that you can do is watch that way. You're taking the fun out of everything, making it clear when I don't want to think. You're taking me off when I don't want to go anymore. Just watching it all. There's no other way, there's no other way. All that you can do is watch that way.
There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalize weed in UK. There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalize weed in UK. There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalize weed in UK. There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalise weed in UK. Oh my God. Is that you? Oh my God.
Do you feel like a chainsaw? Practically yours. One of many zeros. Kicked around for. Your ears are full but you're empty. Holding up your heart to people who never really care how you are. So give me seeing so much, I'm going blind and I'm brain dead virtually. So it's hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and the creeds and marry me. Start over again.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
So give me coffee and TV. Seeing so much, I'm going blind and I'm brain dead virtually. So it's hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and the creeds and marry me. Start over again.
Where the fuck's my phone? We can start over again. We can start over again. Oi!
Confidence is a preference to the habitual voyeur of what is known as. A morning suit can be avoided if you take a route straight through what is known as. John's got brewer's brew, he gets intimidated by the dirty pigeons. They love a bit of it. Who's that couple marching? You should cut down on your pork life, mate. Get some exercise. Oh, the people. So many people. They all go hand in hand.
Park life. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean, mate.
I get up when I want, except on Wednesdays when I get rudely awakened by the dustman. I put my trousers on, have a cup of tea, and I think about leaving the house. I feed the pigeons. I sometimes feed the sparrows too. It gives me a sense of enormous well-being. And then I'm happy for the rest of the day. Safe in the knowledge there will always be a bit of my heart devoted to it. Oh, the people. So many people.
Park life.
It's got nothing to do with your four-strung dirge technique, you know. And it's not about you joggers who go round and round and round and round. Oh, the people, so many people, and I all go hand in hand, hand in hand with
It's over. She fucking dumped me. Oh,
Tender is the night, lying by your side. Tender is the touch of someone that you love too much. Tender is the day the demons go away. Lord, I need to find someone who can heal my mind. Come on, come on, come on. Get through it. Come on, come on, come on. Love's the greatest thing. Come on, come on, come on. Get through it. Come on, come on, come on.
Love's the greatest thing that we have.
I'm waiting for that feeling. I'm waiting for that feeling. Waiting for that feeling to come. Oh my baby, oh my baby, oh my. Tender is the ghost I love the most, hiding from the sun, waiting for the night to come. Tender is my heart, it's really not my life. Lord, I need to find someone who can heal my mind. Come on, come on, come on. Get through it. Come on, come on, come on. What's the greatest thing? Come on, come on, come on. Get through it. Come on, come on, come on. What's the greatest thing that we have? I'm waiting for that feeling. Waiting for that feeling. Waiting for that feeling to oh my baby, oh my baby, oh my baby, come on, come on, come on. Get through it. Come on, come on, come on. What's the greatest thing? Come on, come on, come on. Get through it. Come on, come on, come on. What's the greatest thing that we have? I'm waiting for that feeling. I'm waiting for that feeling. Waiting for that feeling to come. Oh my baby, oh my, oh my baby, oh my baby, oh my. Tender is the night, lying by your side. Tender is the touch of someone that you love too much. Tender is my heart, you know, it's screwing up my life. Oh Lord, I need to find someone who can heal my mind. Come on, come on, come on. Get through it. Come on, come on, come on. What's the
Yeah. I was getting into that. I was like, yeah, this is right. Yeah. I can't play. I'm fucking shit. I could never play a piano, but I could sell a piano, and I could buy a piano, but I could never play a piano. I'm like, yeah.
Streets like a jungle, so call the police. Following the herd, left to graze. On holiday, up in the mountains, it's paranoid. On sunny beaches, take your chances. Looking for girls, what boys and what boys, girls and boys, what their girls and girls, what their boys. Always should be someone you really you get nasty blisters. Deep section.
You've been sanctioned. Yeah, I've been sanctioned. It's fucking right. 18 fucking years of it.
Always should be someone you really love. Girls, white boys, black boys, big girls, big boys, and their girls, big girls, and their boys. Always should be someone to really love.
She's so high, she's so high, I wanna crawl all over her. I wanna crawl all over her. There's something I've got to find. It's a receipt. Where the fuck did I put it?
All those dirty words, they make us look so dumb. Been drinking far too much, and neither of us mean what we say. Well, you and I collapsed in love, and it looks like we might have made it. Yes, it looks like we made it to the end. What happened to us? Soon it will be gone forever. Infatuated only with ourselves, and neither of us can think straight anymore. Well, you and I collapsed in love, and it looks like we might have made it. Yes, it looks like we made it to the end. Well, you and
Let's go on YouTube. Where's YouTube? It's over there. Whoa. Where's my mouse?
looks like we made it to the end.
Backbeat, word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out.
Only man tiptoed his way across the Ganges. Sound of magic music in his ear.
That's not even a tune. Hey, baby, can you hear me? Hello. How you doing? You okay? Come on, tell me. Come on, tell me. Hello? Is that you? Come on, tell me. Hello, mate.
Hello. All right.
Yeah, I'm having fun on this.
Are you live?
Whoa, yeah, it's great.
You ready? So we need to roll.
Yeah. All right. Oh yeah. In that bag, there's a T-shirt. Now, if you look at it, you can have it. It's a cool T-shirt. You ask them for a coffee. What's it? Oh, it's in that bag. There's also the address and some tape to put on the bag. You chuck it into the post office. And the problem I've had the police and the guy Peter from Vivid Homes threatening my tenancy over the bin bags.
What, they've been over again?
No, one time I filmed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, come on then.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So I've got my bag ready.
I've got to be there for 11:30.
Yep, all right, mate.
And like I said,
I'll drop you
in Eastleigh, or I can drop you home. Which would you prefer?
Well, I don't mind going to Eastleigh.
Okay, but I can't stay today.
No, that's right, mate.